everyone, this is Tracy Fan from Swiss Robot. I'm the business development manager of this company. We're product our newest chess robot for you. We have our AI system running for it, and with our technology that we can build cutting-edge technology that you can play with our robot. The chess robot, it mixes with our pieces, which is 3D printed, and also it's very light. You can play it very convenient for you. And we have different features for you that you can either play challenging AI, which is you can play with the AI in different levels as you need. And we have also the Apex Duel, which already defended the world champion Hou Yifan. And also we can play it online we link it with Lichess, that you can play it with different friends online. And we also provide you 3 ways to become a master. First is our chess lesson taught by AI. We can provide you have AI run the system, which can taught you how to play chess even if you're a beginner. And it also can interpret classic game, which shows here that it can give you interpretation of each move and help you better learn the classic chess. And also we have the end game challenges. You can select the 145 classic chess endgame for practice and helping you handle them in the actual games. We hope you will like it. Thank you.
We're always ready. start, and I will follow.
Hello everyone, greetings from Monaco. Penultimate round is in progress. Today I'm accompanied as usual with Almira, but with another guest.
Yes, we have a very special guest today. His name is Benny, and he is a member of Berezovsky family. It's a very famous family in Monaco. They will all make the first ceremonial move today. So you have Svetlana Berezovsky, Igor Berezovsky, their coaches, and their daughters Pierina and Jessica. So they will make the first ceremonial move. So they had to leave Benny with us for a few moments, but I think that Benny plays chess as well. How about you? Do you have a pet, Alojzije?
No, but my son is pushing me to have it hard. So yeah, I'm struggling to resist. He adores dogs and he always gets friendly. He's 5 years old and also my daughter. So I don't know if I'll be able to resist.
Well, I second to this. We have a Boston Terrier who is black and white. So for a chess player, we have a chess dog as well. So they're, I love just animals so much. Benny.
Okay, so once again, greetings from Monaco. Penultimate round is starting. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's check what's the atmosphere there. We will have a first ceremonial move. Hopefully Etienne will be able to catch that board. Do we have one move? One board? So let's try
yes, I think Etienne, yes, let's get a closer look. Maybe it will be made on Elisabeth's, yes, Elisabeth's board. Elisabeth is playing for the Cercle d'Échecs de Monte Carlo.
She's playing against Munguntuul with white pieces. I saw her mother leaving the playing hall, so she usually comes with her, Elisabeth's mother, and accompanied her to the playing hall and then leave. So she's having a big support. We have Jean-Michel Repair, accompanied by our dear colleague Amir Bagheri, who was also doing commentary during European individual rapid and blitz women here in Monaco last month.
Pavel Trigubov,
Yes.
who is looking through the door, who is supporting his wife Alexandra Kosteniuk. So Jean-Michel Rapper will say a few words. Today you also have the General Secretary of La Société des Bandes de Mer, who is present and who will probably also make the first ceremonial move on another board, Virginie Cotta.
Yeah, she comes regularly to the events, so it's nice. We had also the main person of SBM coming to the opening ceremony. Nice videos you could see playing with FIDE president Dvorkovic. And we have a move not in the board we expected, so it's
another board.
It's
yes.
Bibisara Assaubayeva against Zhongyi. But what is important today that it's Bibisara's birthday.
Yes, and Bibisara had a special present. She had chocolates from La Manufacture de Chocolat de Monaco.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. She just showed the move, and it's nice to have a birthday. So she is, Bibisara now is celebrating a birthday, and she is playing a game, some flowers. She is now 21.
Yes, so she can gamble in in Las Vegas, yes?
And in Monaco, no? Okay, Monaco, you can do it even
I think
earlier.
that Benny wants also to say something.
Let's go to another board. Maybe we'll have somewhere else. So let's go with the camera.
Etienne, yes, we need the ceremonial
But
move.
other side.
Elizabeth's board, yes.
Okay, no, actually that was about it. Ceremonial moves are over and players are starting their games, so it's a moment that we have this multi-games view, multiple mosaic view, so that you could see them all.
So,
Batkhuyag is with the black pieces, and that's it.
yes, we will readjust the boards for you in a minute. I have all the statistics ready. We will get back in the studio and present the round, of course. What are the stakes? This is the 8th round of FIDE Women's Grand Prix organized in Monaco. So we are live from Novotel Monte Carlo. And today, all the games are important because they will be decisive for the standings, for the podium, and for the Grand Prix points.
Yes, exactly. Players are checking the games and also focusing on their games. So let's have this mosaic view. Back.
So welcome back to our studio in Monaco. The 8th round of Women's Grand Prix is underway. Let's have a look at the standings so you will know everything about who is leading the tournament, who is fighting for the top spots in this event, and most important for the Grand Prix points, as 2 players will qualify for the candidates tournaments after this series is completed.
Yeah, Kateryna Lagno is leading the field, and a half point behind her are Humpy, Koneru, and Batkhuyag Munguntuul. What is important to say that only Lagno and Batkhuyag are undefeated till this moment. All other players had this tough experience. Most decisive results. Humpy, 3 decisive games. Also Goryachkina, Sarasadat. So many draws, but still many decisive outcomes.
And yesterday, the round was very exciting, but we've witnessed a few heartbreaking situations, and Kateryna Lagno was playing very well, but at some point committed a huge blunder in the time trouble, and Zhongyi could have won the game, but has chosen a different continuation, and they battled for 6 hours and made a draw. Whether in the game between Humpy, Koneru and Sarasadat Khademalsharieh, the unthinkable happened. Sarasadat was defending resourcefully, and she was so close to a draw, but at the end, she resigned in a theoretical drawing position. I can't even imagine, Alojzije, if she slept tonight, how is she preparing for this game against Alexandra Goryachkina with the black pieces after such a difficult moment in the tournament?
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's very hard to keep the concentration, especially if you were suffering. You were needed to calculate, to find some tricks to stay in the game, and that burns your energy, exhausts you. But as I mentioned yesterday, it's important that she considers this game as a process. So the tournament, okay, still is possible to fight back with 2 wins. But of course, it's a setback, 2 losses, tough losses. But if you see this as a process, because she's still very young player, she can improve, and then to play black with Goryachkina, to fight against her, to test your preparation, your level is also some, I would say, positive chance and positive experience being happened.
Yes, and you can finish the tournament on a different note. And it's very important because you will remember a beautiful game which you can still play in the last 2 rounds. So Alexandra Goryachkina is playing with the white pieces against Sarasadat Khademalsharieh. Lagno Kateryna, the sole leader of the tournament, is playing her direct rival, Humpy Koneru, and Humpy once again went for the open Spanish, as in the game which she played against Alexandra Goryachkina. Bibisara Assaubayeva is celebrating her birthday today, so it's her first game at the age of 21 with the white pieces against Zhongyi, who is the world challenger. So she will play against Ju June for the world crown in April. Harika Dronavalli is facing Alexandra Kosteniuk. Not an easy opponent. She plays every opening. So Alexandra told me before the round that it's not easy to prepare, of course, against such an opponent, especially with the black pieces, and Elisabeth Paehtz with the white pieces against Batkhuyag Munguntuul, who is playing wonderfully during this event. And I also have their last game for you in store. Maybe we should start from this game, covering the round, because this was the story which happened in their game where Elisabeth was having white in Grand Prix in Shymkent. So if I can show you just what happened in that game.
Okay, let's get the board.
Let's bring the board on your screen, and this will also explain the choice that Elisabeth played d4, so e4, c6, d4, d5, knight d2, d takes e4. By the way, this is a cautionary tale for you. It's important to know the opening ideas, and Elisabeth completely forgot about this beautiful idea. So bishop f5, knight g3, bishop g6, h4, h6. So far, so good. It's one of the main lines in the Karokan, knight d7, bishop d3. Elisabeth decided to play the line without h5, so you take, queen d3, e6, bishop d2, knight gf6. All the moves are known for quite a while. Long castle, bishop e7, queen e2, castle. Elisabeth decided to play knight f1 because with this position and opposite castles, of course, you want to play g4. Sometimes you simply sacrifice this pawn. So c5, immediately challenging the center, g4, c takes d4, g5. You see the position is already incredibly complicated. You have to calculate many lines. So knight d5, g takes h6, queen b6. And here Elisabeth made a move which seems logical, natural even. She played knight g5. Knight g5. And here the game was lost after bishop a3, she resigned.
Very nice touch. Very nice touch. You must take a nice
knight c3.
You must take, queen is hanging, takes, and there is no way to protect against the checkmate.
So let's have a look at this final position after bishop a3. So please remember that even in the openings, you have to take every possible idea into your calculation. And Elisabeth simply forgot that after Queen b6, Bishop a3 was the threat. And this was their last classical game played in Shymkent.
Yeah, Munguntuul, she has this eye for tactics, and she's sharp. The only problem is that if she's playing against some opponent who will try to avoid sharp stuff and just play some long maneuvering game, then her openings are actually not so solid long term.
So that explains why Elisabeth played d4 in their move. And one interesting fact, Elisabeth played all the games against Batkhuyag with the white pieces. So she has another try. Elisabeth hasn't won a single game in this tournament, so she needs to push in this game. She played d4, d5. Batkhuyag went for the what was the opening, by the way? For the Slav defense. Knight f3, knight f6. Then transpose to Moscow variation.
Yeah. I spend really a lot of time anti-Moscow variation, bishop g3, and actually I scored okay, not bad, but then I switched to g3 stuff. But bishop g5, h6, of course, Moscow variation is very popular, and now there are so many lines, but she went for e3. It's possible to play even, I don't know, rook c1, g3, queen b3, e4, everything is possible in this position, but she went for e3. As I said, there are many moves available, knight d7, and again, white can play different stuff, bishop e2, bishop d3, rook c1,
Queen c2,
a3, everything is possible. So bishop e2 played, dc. Yeah, usually this is the system we have it in Queen's Gambit. Decline, that black is waiting and then takes on c4. Castles, bishop b4. I don't know about bishop b4. I think g6 is the move sometimes.
Yes, but g6 sometimes you play it before. Instead of.
So I'm not familiar with this dc4 and castle. No, she played castle instead of the bishop c4. White played castle.
Just the second castle.
Yes,
it was tried in a few games. Then g6.
But bishop b4 I never seen. That's why I'm saying this. So Munguntuul usually
castle g6 was played because very often black develops this bishop on g7. So bishop b4 is a very interesting try. Reminds me of Sarah's move against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Of course, the structure was different, but maybe this is a new idea. So g6 seems to be the main move, tried by many strong grandmasters. Mamedjarov, Dubov.
Yeah, Dubov was playing this.
Dubov, Shirov also. But the statistics in this line are quite good for white. So maybe Batkhuyag, she wanted to innovate in this position. What do you think about this move, bishop b4?
I don't believe it's a good move.
Because it doesn't matter, g6 or bishop b4, the main move in this position is knight e4. So let's see if Elisabeth can use the same idea and to play knight e4 after bishop b4. So if black plays g4, very often white's played knight e4.
Knight e4, then queen e7 was played, bishop c4, and this is like, I would say, improved version of Rogozin. Because in Rogozin you already have c5 pawn, and then you take on d4. This is how it goes in Rogozin. While here, after c5, of course, a3 is just winning. So if you won't be able to play c5, and after queen e2, rook c1, this is just better for white. And this was known long ago, as I was saying this, and Almira, you will for sure remember that Alekhin was one of my favorites favorite world champions. So he was playing this kind of stuff with white, and you really could learn from his games, and also even Capablanca before, but it's very unpleasant. If I would be black against Alekhine in this position, I would be very unhappy to play it.
And
Bishop b3, similar like Humpy yesterday against Sarah. Okay, you exchange some pieces, you're equal in material, you don't have clear weakness, but this space issue, because white can bring rooks first, and also white can start some action first.
And the thing is, like, I have this feeling, which is very intuitive, that the bishop on b4 is misplaced.
Yeah, she will need to play to c7. There is this line also known from Cambridge Springs. In Cambridge Springs, for example, let's try to go to that line. So let's say knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, c6, bishop g5, knight e3, queen a5. There is knight d2 sometimes. Knight d2, for example, this kind of line. And we can resemble. But there, black can play a little bit quicker with this a6, b6, c5 stuff and so on. But it resembles that line.
The knight is also better placed on f3.
Yeah. So we have this position, and we have, for example, this one and that one. Okay, no, sorry, I showed. So this is the position. So you need to retreat the bishop. Maybe your knight on d7 is not greatly placed, so it should come to f6. Okay, it resembles that line. It's better for white. So how do you play? Let's say castles. I will play queen e2 or rook c1, or I don't know. Maybe e5 is a threat, so I need to think about it. Will you play e5 or not?
And if we play...
Okay, maybe I can go queen c2. If you go e5, I play my rook to d1. Let's say rook d1. If you take, I take with the rook. Or knight. Okay, this is slight improvement for black, but it's also better for white, because white will double the rooks. It's always better for white. And then knight d6, when you move the bishop to a5. Not an easy position, but maybe I can even play this if I want to be.
The thing is, I wanted first to try to start with a3.
This can be very tricky, Almira. Sorry for it. This can be very tricky.
No, I understand, but I wanted to enter this line, but to try a3 first, bishop a5, and then knight e5.
This is probably good. Only thing is this an option?
Bishop d6.
I don't know. Because if I take, you take, I'm still better here. Queen c2 or something, even maybe e4. But maybe you achieved some small improvement.
Bishop d6.
So knight e5, because on bishop d6, Alekhine's move. Yeah, Alekhine's move. And I think in hands of some Aronian, this would be really tough to play with black.
If let's try, because if you play f4, I need to play c5.
e5 only moved, and now Alekhine was allowing this cd-ed, so he would play some move, maybe queen h5 or something.
Queen h5 and then rook f3.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe.
Let's try. You have knight f6.
Knight f6, I take. Yes. You take, and rook d1, I guess. Rook d1, if I don't see anything better.
So b6. I need to play bishop b7, but for the moment the knight d7 is also a threat. So I don't know what to do here. Maybe b6 is way too passive.
Queen f3, and you can go rook b8, huh? It looks...
No, it looks scary. But what else?
I don't know.
This is a very promising position for white. Batkhuyag is still thinking. And Elisabeth went for knight e4, so she was working for a while.
So we are in this position. So Castle, sooner or later you need to castle. I don't know, is there any subtle detail? But on this level, I think Almira, she really needs to work because, okay, in this tournament, the strategy and her result is successful, but long term, you cannot be out of the book in ninth move on this level.
Yes, I remember when I prepared for my last Grand Prix series, it was 2015, 2016, and it required so many training sessions, preparations, like every Grand Prix beforehand. I was having training sessions for 2 weeks, 8 to 10 hours a day, working on the openings, and it was not enough. Then playing in tournaments, trying a few new positions. So yes, I understand that, especially now, the engines are much more powerful. So the lines that you have to analyze and to remember, like the load of the information is much bigger.
Out of, let's say, 5 games with black, okay, 4, 5, at least in 1, maybe even 2 games, you need to have comfortable position out of the opening on these levels. If you will suffer all the time and then being on your own after 9th move, of course you can play that way, but this is so tough, energy consuming. You are in a position where you don't know, suddenly you need to calculate what's coming, and you're desperate now in creating some counterplay.
Yes, but you see, even Alexandra Goryachkina took a decision and entered the variation where she clearly knew that her opponent might force a draw, like Elisabeth Paehtz, and she considers that, first of all, equalizing with black and having this extra free day will help her to keep her energy for the last 2 rounds, which are decisive. And once again, tomorrow is the final round. The rules are completely different. Then you can choose a different opening, play for a win if the situation in the tournament requires it. So she just wanted to be sure that before the last 2 rounds, she will be within reach. She's only, she's trailing Kateryna Lagno only by half a point. So does Batkhuyag Munguntuul. And we don't know who is going to be the winner of this event.
Yeah,
Kateryna Lagno has been playing consistently and she's been playing very well. But the intrigue is still on.
I just want to add regarding this game that it's very instructive for our viewers. Not just beginners, but even some advanced players. Since, for example, we will go to the game for Harika against Kosteniuk. Here, it's really hard to learn from this kind of position. But this one is like one where you learn how to build advantage with white, how to prepare. For example, yesterday's game we mentioned Koneru against Sarasadat. You will feel that logics is behind patterns. So I would advise viewers to focus on this game, to check it later. So now we will have a fight between black trying to desperately get some counterplay, liquidation in the center, or to stay stable for a while, and to also we will have position where white is improving. So in next 5-7 moves, maybe if you give this position to 10 different players, one will go a3 building a better, you mentioned bishop b1 queen c2, other one will go knight g3 4 e5, one will just place the rooks and play a3 b4 on queen side. So it's also the way of it will be interesting to see the way of thinking of Elisabeth. So of course she's completely aware of 4 or 5 different approaches, so I'm curious to see which one she will go for.
Yes, and those games are instructive also because when you're learning the openings, well, at least in our times, of course, it was not about memorizing all the lines, but you needed to understand the structure. Okay, here you have the pawns on c6 and e6. From different openings, you can get an isolated pawn. Then you will have the, like from Nimtsu, sometimes you have the double pawn. So you need to understand how to play in those positions.
Yeah. Is she stopping e5? We mentioned knight e5. Is she preparing a life after e5? So rook on d1 and then to take with the rook on d5. Is she immediately trying to stop c5 by playing a3 b4? Is she allowing c5 but then again preparing some domination over after cd over the d file of c file? So that's some concept and we will grasp it in 5-6 moves. But I'm quite curious to see, first of all, what will black do? Is she ready to suffer a bit? Not a bit, maybe even more. Or is she trying immediately to find some counterplay with some c5, e5 coming?
But maybe let's have a look at the game between Harika and Alexandra, because I like the position. It looks very sharp. Okay, what was the opening?
It was knight f3. I just wanted to add, for example, match Gukesh against Ding. So you will have like 3 classical games, even French we can call classical, but in general World Championship match, not just Gukesh Ding. And then 1 out of 6 or 7 games, we will have this kind of approach that they will play some completely new position, reversed Benoni. So I've noticed that this is approach which is happening many times in World Championship matches. And I can imagine Gukesh Ding perfectly in this kind of position.
So queen f4, knight c6, I'm just checking.
And d4 is a new move for me. I'm not aware of that move.
Okay, let's try. d4 was played in the game Goryachkina видит.
That's a new move for me.
Yes. It was played last year, okay, in a rapid game, but still we know that players are aware of every idea, could be played in bullet. They will know the game. So d4, c takes d4 was played in
What
that
do you
game.
think is Alexandra's advantage that Pavel Trguba, super strong grandmaster, can help her? Probably that's an asset because he's a really good player. I know that Pavel was, I think, European champion, 2650 player, and he's a player who's playing this kind of setups with white.
Of course, that his presence is very important, but I would think even more emotionally. So you need a companion because chess player's life is very solitary, and well, when everything is going well, yes, you can manage, but to go through difficult moments and have someone to talk to, share the thoughts, doubts, maybe have an advice, or simply someone who will tell you that everything will go well.
Regarding that, as you mentioned, it's like a solid situation. I was a second of some grandmaster, for example, even Vaikanze. So then I was the one preparing some lines for Carson Anand, which is like a special experience. When you open the database, suddenly you need to, give some idea against Magnus and all those top players, Giri and so on, Nakamura. But also when I was, let's say, I was not in a relation that I had some second, but basically I had a friend with whom I discussed the game prior to the game, some details, and then the game is happening and I know that he's following the game. That feeling that you're not alone during the game, I think it's, as you mentioned, very valuable. Because you have this responsibility, but also if something goes wrong, you know that you can share your thoughts with someone who was deeply involved in the game.
Of course, and that is the simple thought that someone is having your back. Yes, it's precious. So Alexandra is lucky, yes, to have Pavel in this tournament. I just wanted to show you that in the only game that I have in the database after d4, Vidit actually won with black, and against Alexandra Goryachkina, he decided to take on d4.
So instead of castle,
instead of castle, because he decided that it's a better option, knight d4, and then he played bishop d7. And after c takes d5, there is this possibility to take with the knight on d5, knight d5. So knight c6 and bishop c6. Because if you take on d5, of course, then you can take on d4. And I think that black is actually better here
Mhm.
with this powerful knight on d4 attacking all this piece. So knight c6, bishop takes c6, queen b3, e6 was played. That's how the game continued. This is for me quite logical. And then Alexander Goryachkina decided to strike immediately in the center, and he played e4, knight b6, knight c3.
Okay,
What do you
normal
think?
position. I don't believe that black is worse because this bishop is shut.
Mhm.
I think that black is more than fine in this position.
By the way, this is also a very instructive moment because when before white played d4, what I wanted to show, it's actually like just get to the position where white played e4.
E4.
After e6.
Okay.
Because here you have this powerful bishop on g2, but at the same time you want to grab a few central squares and to push e4. This is a very responsible move. When you play e4, your bishop on g2 is becoming a bit passive, and you give up the d4 square as well. So these are sort of concessions that we have to make in this opening.
Yeah, I think the point is that she doesn't want to part with her bishop, or he, because without this fianchetto bishop, as I mentioned a few times, long term your king is weaker than you might think, and always there is some chance. So.
But if you play, this will be the same kind of structure in this position. If you play knight c3, then you take knight c3,
Yes.
bishop c6.
BC.
Can we trade?
BC.
Yes.
And long term, as I said, there will be some action. H5 will be played, and then it's tricky. Are you allowing H5 and not H4 not allowing?
But okay, Alexandra has chosen a different path, so she castled here.
DC, D4.
And Harika immediately took on c5, so d4, b4. She decided to protect the pawn. Knight e4, opening the big diagonal. The bishop on g7 is waiting, to sting, if I might say. d3 is on the air, so b5. And Alexandra immediately went for the sharpest line, but I'm not sure she had a choice. She could have taken on c5 as well here, yes? She played d3.
Okay, if she takes on c5, queen a3.
Queen a3 and then d3. Yes.
d3 again, so she must play it, so better to play it immediately. So he takes d3, knight c5. Okay, that's a mess.
So queen a3.
Queen a3, what else?
How about the rook on a1?
This is the point.
Let's try one. To take one rook, you have to move your knight.
But now I'm suspicious that this was not played, because
this is not going to be.
Usually, no, played before. Usually, I'm a bit suspicious that this was already played or mentioned somewhere, because these are typical engine lines these days. Typical. Now some stuff like knight d5, queen a3, bishop a3, this one is hanging, that's hanging. This is typical, and then it leads to a draw.
But the thing is, since it was played by FIDE last year, it is possible that the Indian team has analyzed this position together, because, as you remember, at the last Olympiad, both teams won. It was a historic moment for Indian teams. They won gold.
Typical
in
stuff.
Both competitions.
Almira, and then there is some
a
draw with because of activity of opponent. This is typical these days. So after queen a3, if she takes the rook, also it's possible to take on d3 first. Bishop c3 I cannot take because of the fork. Rook c1, bishop f6, cb, lb. Yeah, it seems to me that this is all preparation. Then that it was maybe played, if you check, maybe somehow it was maybe played before.
Well, I think that Harika will burn some time here, because the lines are not easy. And let's move to our next game for the moment. By the way, A lot of games have been played between Alexandra and Harika. I think one of the biggest numbers that I have in the database: Rapid, Blitz, Classical. And can you imagine that even their score, like lifetime score, is equal? So both won 5 Classical games. And they played matches on chess.com. They battled in every possible format and time control. And let's see how this game unfolds today.
Okay, let's.
Yes, Harika Dronavalli makes her debut at this series because 2 events have been played so far. And every participant in this series is taking part in 3 events out of 6.
Yeah, I guess a lot of promotional activities due to Olympic gold, but they are happy to be back to business. Which game you want to follow next, Almira?
Maybe the game of our leaders? Yes,
this is well known.
Mhm.
This was played many times. I think that Stavrula Tsolakidu played it recently in the European teams or something like that.
Maybe we can show us that.
So it was open Spanish once again, where you need to know what you're doing. Humpy is specialist, expert, so I believe that Lagno came very well prepared, and for her this is sort of crucial game. If she wins, then that's about it probably. Bishop c5.
No, just so maybe we should remind how the game went between Alexandra Goryachkina and Humpy.
Yeah, so c3 was played. The point is to stop, because now at the moment, so it's obvious, d takes e5, d5, d takes e5, on d5 is hanging. If you need to protect it, and then you're threatening knight c5 or knight a5 or there, but knight c5, that's why I'm playing c3 to run away after knight c5, and then knight c5 was played, knight d2 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and then, no, first queen d7, no?
Yes, queen d7 first. Instead of bishop c5, she played queen d7, knight d2, rook d8.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the line. Oh, we have a draw. Let's go to outzoom a bit. Yes, we have a draw.
But what happened in the final position then?
So
she went for this line. You remember I was discussing that a lot of lines have been tried with the sacrifice on f2 and f6.
That was played many times. I think it was even played in late NG against Ju and June World Championship match. And they just repeated the moves.
Is there any possibility to avoid this repetition? Let me just check.
It's possible.
Yes, let's see.
So
d2 castle. Because I remember Maxim Vassilograf played very interesting against Fabiano Caruana. So bishop c2
takes on
knight
f2. Rook f2, f6.
f6. Knight f1. Okay.
I think that everything was played. I don't know if Stavrula is here somewhere, but I think I've noticed her game.
So yes, I have a lot of games here, and as I remember, yes. So
can you maybe search regarding the name as well? I'm curious to see.
Let me just check the latest. So you see,
many
Maxim Vassilograf. Yes, this was the game that I was telling you about, where against Fabiano in Superbet Classics, he played move king g1.
Yeah, same move as here.
Yes, so king g1. Then we continue. Anyway, it's the main line, of course.
Can you please check just what's this to search is Stavrula? So again, you can search by the name. Just press white, yeah. Yeah. Tsolakidu. I'm curious to. Yeah, she played it. Where was it?
But I don't. It was
individual in the
European, yes.
And she was winning, but then she blundered some, and it was like important game. So yeah. A lot of players are entering this line.
But let's have a look. So, because after king g1, her opponent played queen f6, which is not the main move in this position. Bishop g4, like in the game. So, knight e3. And bishop b6. Okay, here. Because, yes, I've seen that white tried b3 here because Kateryna decided to maintain her leading position and fixed a draw with a threefold repetition. But what if b3? Latest try was by Alireza Firozhai against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. So how can the game develop? If you decide not to repeat the moves, black has to play actively. So d4. C takes d4, knight d4. So how can you obtain the active play here? So you take knight d4, queen d4.
I don't know, I would always be happy playing this with white. As I said, I believe in pieces.
So rook b1.
Yeah,
yes.
I would be very happy with this position.
With this position?
Yeah. Especially because with two bishops, sometimes you can win against a rook and 3 pawns. Because bishops are really super strong. But, so what happened?
Rook d8, I think.
Rook
yes,
d8, queen e2.
Most natural move here. So bring the rook to the d file. Queen e2, bishop f5.
This is the trick. This is the trick because you can exchange. Then I'm not so happy. So if you exchange my bishop, so hang on. Why you cannot do it immediately? Because I exchanged the queen. So after rook d8, if I play queen h5 to stop that, how do you move?
Let me see just a second.
Queen h5. I want to stop that idea.
Queen d4. Okay, Maxim Vasiliagrav played the same. Rook b1, rook d8, queen e1. Like he didn't try here. Rook b1, rook d8.
I would try to avoid this bishop f5. So queen h5.
No one tried this move yet. You know, Duda against Lisa also in 2023 tried queen e1. So queen e2 or queen e1 was played. So let's see what happens after queen h5 and you avoid the move bishop f5.
Okay, you will play h6, I guess, to stop my threat. And we are in this position. Let's say that I open my king, h3.
Then what do you do with your bishop on c1? That's
I'm trying to think.
The main problem.
Maybe but if I move my king, then there is no bishop f5. So I can play like king h1 or something. And then I will retreat my queen to e2 if it's necessary. But I want to stop this exchange.
Well, I have to make a useful move. Rook f6.
Rook f6, you can do it with maybe those ideas.
But by the
now
way,
if I move my king, you can double over the f file. Maybe that's the issue.
No, but I was thinking instead of h3, if I play queen g6, because you made this move, you play rook f6 anyway, yes?
Rook f6, queen h7, king f7.
Oh. And how is this position?
Okay, if they play this queen e1 or queen e2, they know they tried this. They tried this
because
for sure.
You need to play bishop b2 and maybe after queen z2, rook e1. You know, that's why you need the queen on e2.
Yeah, but after queen bishop f5, I don't believe in white's advantage because without the light square bishop.
Let me see how Duda won this game. Because queen e1 was played bishop f5 and Duda didn't take on f5. He played bishop b2, queen b6. And only now he took on f5. He played king h1, rook f7, h3, rook fd7, rook c1, e4. And that's how the game continued. But I think that black is fine here.
Yeah, black is for sure fine. Okay, so maybe this b3 looks better than... But after knight d4, why am I forced to take on d4? Let's say, I don't know, some move, bishop e4.
Let me see if this was tried also, just in case.
So after knight d4,
yes,
bishop
knight
e4 is not played?
Yes, it was played 5 times. Let's see, Svane. Okay.
And
Popov
Murzin.
And Murzin as well. Bishop b4. Well, it's an interesting try. c6 was played in the game, and then you still have to play queen e1.
Okay.
But it seems that the activity of the black pieces just guarantee sufficient compensation.
Yeah, because I cannot regroup, so I'm a bit late all the time.
But the thing is, it's also the matter of feeling, because do you like this position for the white pieces, for the black pieces, and you need to analyze it at home and play a few games to get the feel of the position. So how to continue here, by the way?
My point was to say that those positions engines are probably giving enough for black, but the main question is, are there any, okay, how big is the margin for white? Can white try like 10 moves, or white can only have one way? If white has some more ways, then I think that it's easier to go wrong with black. If I surprise you like Swana did to Tershakhan or maybe someone, and I regroup in 2-3 moves, and suddenly you're having a bad position. So I don't know, is it possible here to find some moves which were not played and you just surprise your opponent, and it's maybe black's reaction are different, like 5 different moves for white, 5 different reactions for black, and maybe in that mess it's not easy to keep everything under control. Those top players like Firouzja, they will, but I don't know, for like an ordinary grandmaster it can be tricky. Because now I see that after queen a1, a5 is the main move to keep the position level. Which, will you play it? a5 to figure it out that suddenly a5 is the move.
Why can't you play h6 like we tried?
Okay.
To make a useful move here.
The point is now that an engine said now that this is very tricky for black.
Okay.
So my point is that I'm trying to find a human way, human logics. If I need to play e5, that means that I need to memorize all reactions. The reaction should, queen e1, I'm playing a5. And if queen e1 comes later, then I'm playing something else.
And sometimes you play rook f4 with black,
sometimes not, and it can be tricky. If white finds a way, maybe, if I don't know how big is the margin for white to find some different stuff. Okay, we can conclude this game.
Yes, anyhow, the draw has been agreed in the game between Kateryna, Lagno and Humpy Koneru. This left their lifetime score unchanged. So the score was leveled, a victory in classical games for each player, so they exchange blows, and somehow they also played a lot of games in Rapid and Blitz, where Kateryna and Humpy they win all the time. Like it depends, yes, on the circumstances, tournaments, and colors.
What would I do now? I would just update the viewers that in Paehtz against Munguntuul, let's get the board back, that 95 was played, exactly the thing we were discussing. So Elisabeth, okay, this is like a sign of character. So she wants to fight against e5. She wants to keep opponent's position locked. Space issue is still present. So yeah, this is a very nice approach. So after bishop d6, I'm pretty sure her reaction will be f4. So I like that style. Probably I will do the same. I don't know about you, but this is logical.
But Elisabeth knows that she is playing here against the bishop on c8. So in a way, this move is dictated by, this fundamental notion and assessment that the worst piece, of course, is the bishop on c8, and she has to do everything in order to to stop it from activating. And so after 95, d takes c5. How are you going to continue here? Should you play b6 here and play bishop b7? Rook d8.
Always we will have those motives around, but let's say b6, the problem is a3, and then piece is lost.
Yes. We shouldn't forget about this, you see?
This and
b6,
piece is lost.
You can still play b5.
Yeah, so b5 is necessary, and then she will transfer the bishop to the diagonal, and rook c1. queen g4
Mhm.
or queen h5, maybe f4 anyway, rook f3 you mentioned. And I think that Munguntuul is perfectly aware what is happening, and now it's crisis management, how to move on, where to go. So we are in this position.
Alojzije, I just noticed, is it me or I see ice on her sleeve? On Batkhuyag
Yes,
Munguntuul.
you're right.
If, for example, Boris Gelfand would be completely deconcentrated by these eyes, looking at him. Elisabeth is fully concentrated on the board now. She is trying to get her first victory in this event, and she has been playing well. She has a very solid performance, and she was on the losing side of this brilliant game played between Kateryna Lagno and Elisabeth Paehtz, but both players were praised after the game. So sometimes this is how the tournament goes.
Yeah, I agree. And I would like to emphasize that maybe this 95 is not an easy move for, as we said, players who are not on international level, that you are voluntarily doubling the pawns. Also, you're playing with a developed piece. Usually, rule is that in the opening you should first develop other pieces as well. So rooks on the file, on c1, d1, connect the rooks with queen e2. But suddenly 95. But it's important to stress that we have some rules, but we also have sometimes something which is directed towards opponents' plans, so we are there to stop them. 95 was played.
And g takes e5.
Yes. And now immediately knight f6 is my focus. I'm obsessed with those knight f6
I think
moves.
she will play rook d8. You want to make this move?
Yeah, but also queen g4 or queen f3 is something which white likes to play. So I'm not sure that this is actually
But rook
helping.
d8 stops you from playing bishop d3.
Okay.
And regrouping your pieces. Rook d8, then queen g4, of course.
Queen g4 or queen f3
queen f3
is also an option. I don't know which move is more precise. Let's say rook d8.
But I
Both moves are.
I like queen g4 because you're also eyeing the bishop on b4.
Yeah.
I don't know in which line it could be useful yet, but knight f6, especially if you take with the queen on f6, sometimes, this bishop is delicious.
But this is a plan from Rogozin. Yeah, no, those motifs, queen g4. I think this is super tough position. So knight f6 is of course now on the menu, but let's say that. Okay, some bishop d7, bishop e8, or b5. Bishop d7.
Elisabeth avoided all forced lines. She remembers, of course, her game from Shymkent, and her approach is completely different today. So she went for a slow positional game where she can build her advantage.
Very instructive. And now we will need to wait. Will black play b5 or rook d8. And yeah, this bishop on b4 needs to find a role, probably on c7. I like the position, and I think on this level it's very serious advantage. While in Harika against Kosteniuk, we had knight b4, which is a strange decision. So she didn't go for bishop a1 or knight d3.
But what is happening? She's luring the queen on b4 and she wants to take on d3 first and then take on e1?
Okay. So she doesn't want to lose the knight on c6. So if I take, you take, I move my queen, you take c1 or
maybe
a1.
You can take on c1.
C1, but on c1 there is always this nice c3 move.
Oh, but then bishops.
And rook c1.
Rook c1.
This is the
Yes.
the
This
point.
is not working. Okay, then bishop
Okay,
a1.
maybe it's working. You can move the bishop to f6, but then rook d1 or c5. White is pushing. And this can be an empty bishop. Term I'm saying a lot. So here you can take on a1. Okay, but then rook d1. That's bad.
Yes, and we have a perfect symmetry on our screen and on your screen as well. So as you can see, the cameras and the boards which you have on the right, they show in the games on the on the king side, and on the queen side you have the boards and the camera which are focusing on the games on the queen side.
Our dear technician at the end got inspired. Maybe it's pity that the tournament is getting over. Maybe if it would be like 11 rounds, who knows what he would come with in the 10th or 11th round.
Fireworks on the screen.
Yes. Okay, so...
But let's maybe have a look at the game of Bibisara Assaubayeva. It's her birthday today. How is our birthday girl doing?
Okay, let's check that game.
He's playing against Zhongyi.
Okay, so
Spanish, yes?
Spanish, Ruy Lopez, bishop b5, a6. I like those myths that how this Ruy Lopez got invented, that the bishop was wrongly placed on b5 instead of c4. Do you believe in those myths? Who knows that this Ruy Lopez, this priest...
Yes, but I love a good story. So the myths, are being created because they have to be told.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, one of my favorite books was the Greek mythology. So here we are.
And Aristotle's apple and so on.
Bishop b5, a4, knight f6. So they are going for the classical line with bishop b7 and b5. Let's have, but Bibisara played the immediate d3. Yes?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to our beginners that what I've noticed many times, that after bishop a4, knight f6 castle, many players are playing b5 and then bishop e7. Somehow this is more natural to them, and I'm trying to give them advice. For me, that was the way how I was remembering lines, that theory goes, exact theory is that only after pawn is protected, then you play b5. Why? Because if you do it too early, there are some lines with d4 and knight g5 and some other stuff. So try to remember that bishop e7, and now the pawn has been protected either by d3 or rook e1, and then it's a moment to play b5. Bishop b3. Here there are sometimes even lines later with bishop c5, but d6 was played. a3. That's all. Maybe you can check the situation in terms of theory. I'm pretty sure that until this moment everything has been played.
This move a3, of course, has been played, especially in combination with d3, so many times. Because after d6, black wants to play knight a5. That explains the move a3, unless you play c3. But that's the main reason, of course. So bishop b7, d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, and
a3, bishop g4, bishop e3. I think this is a bit sideline.
Let me check.
No,
it looks
no, bishop
like
e3. Not many games, but still.
Dubov has been playing this line, Elyanov, so a lot of very strong players. So bishop g4, bishop e3. The idea is here that if knight d4, let's say if black plays knight d4, yes, you will take with the bishop on d4. And after e takes d4, you will simply play knight b d2 or even h3, and sometimes g4, locking out this bishop. So
d5 was played.
Yes. Let me just have a look. So after bishop e3, castle was played more often, but d5. Very concrete
Knight
line. So
d2.
knight d2. h3 was one of the main lines once again. Bishop h5. Let me have a look. And then knight b2.
Okay. But she went for knight b to d2 immediately. Castle.
Here, just
Yeah,
a
h6.
second. Knight b d2, only 2 games. Bishop with white pieces. So castle, h3.
Okay, white h6 was played here. Let me think. So after h3, bishop h5, e takes d5, knight d5.
So she postponed castling.
Yeah, I'm trying to grasp the logics.
Let's say h6
So
was
if you
played
castle,
in one game as well, but quite a while ago.
Okay, so maybe g4, knight h4 is something which bothers black.
Yes, but this is a standard idea in this line. Of course, Sultan Zhongyi, she decided that she wanted to avoid it and to go for
h6, then
h6,
c3 was a follow-up.
Castle. By the way, I still have one game in the database.
Yeah, and we have some issue. We will check because the clock situation is not correct. So it's not 50 minutes on the clock. Something else is the case. So it's 1 hour on the clock. That's the situation.
And by the way, Bibisara, who turned 21 today, haven't played against Tan often, because she only starts to play those Grand Prix series and the Grand Swiss tournaments, but she held her own against the world challenger. She won one game. Tan also won one classical game, and their last classical game ended in a draw in Shymkent. And by the way, yes, we will at some point show the standings, the current standings, and that Bibisara is leading for the moment in the Grand Prix standings. So this is her last event.
Okay, bishop h5 was played, but on the camera we have another position. So I guess...
No, but the bishop is on g6. So
yeah,
bishop h5.
Yeah, but we don't have moves. So it's rook e1, I guess, was played, and then bishop g6. So that's something we are missing at the moment. So hopefully this will be updated. Let me see. No, not yet. So we are having all position.
But so maybe let's input the moves ourselves for the moment in our analysis.
Okay, no WhatsApp messages. Okay, good. Bishop g6, rook e1, bishop g6.
Yes, and what do you think about this position?
Yeah.
It looks like an Italian now,
Yes.
of course, with the bishop on b3 and d5.
Okay, queen c2 will be played. Just important to say that, of course, if black plays d4, then takes, and bishop f4 is leading nowhere. So she plays bishop g5, threatening to take on e4.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6, now bishop c2. Queen c2 or queen e2, whatever, because if you take, I have this bishop h6 maybe sometimes, or bishop somewhere. No, bishop,
but
yeah,
bishop
I have
f3.
queen f3.
Yes. And queen c6.
Yeah.
So
that's maybe also an option. So I don't need to come to defend directly. I can do it indirectly with queen e2. So she's thinking where to place her queen. c2 or e2. typical, as you mentioned, Italian position. So shall we move to Brer's line, which Sarasadat is playing against Alexandra, Goryachkina. So it was d3 once again, same line like Assaubayeva versus Zhongyi, and here instead of a3 we had c3 castles, and basically black is a tempo up in Brer's line. I'm always laughing because there was a famous story of Ivan Sokolov and Kasparov. You know that story, I guess you know it. It was funny story. I will try to somehow to point it out with not too many details. So basically, European Club Cup was played before, not with the Swiss tournament, but it was chaos system, and clubs were playing some final, and Bosna club was represented by Kasparov on the first board. Ivan Sokolov was playing, Sergei Movsesyan, Barev, maybe at that time Shirov, while club from France, I think it was Paris, this Neo, was represented by Lothier on first board. Second board was Anand and all those top players, and Kasparov was eager to deliver a result, and in the finals on the eve of the final, there at that time it was like a little bit more bohemian style, and suddenly Ivan was getting a phone call, Sokolov, that he immediately needs to come to Kasparov's suite. And so he was invited. He comes to a suite. He said, but come on, it's 3 in the morning. No, you should come immediately. Boss is calling. I think Zurav Pershili was calling him. And then he was celebrating a semi-final win, and he said, okay, usually before previous time it was normal that you have a little bit bohemian style, and then in the morning you wake up and recover for the game. That was like a dip. Now I think they're all athletes and they are sleeping and running and so on. And he comes to the room, to the suite, and then Kasparov says, Ivan, I was checking our match. You are a weak spot of tomorrow's match. And Ivan was okay. He was, as I said, celebrating a bit. He said, hang on, Gary, I need a coffee. And then Gary said, Yuri. Yuri has passed away, his assistant, who was grandmaster and who was analyzing with him. Yuri, bring a coffee. And coffee is coming. And then Kasparov says, yes, I'm playing white against Lothier. You are black against Anand. This is a weak spot. And I think at that time, if the result would be equal, they were counting a win on the highest boards. Mm-hmm. And so Kasparov asked him, what will you play? And even, as I said, in this celebrational mood, is trying to get the focus and say, I will play Zaitsev against Anand. Okay, and they start to make move, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and so on and so on. And then Ivan plays knight b8. And Kasparov jumps in the chairs, say, Yuri, but this is Brer. This is not Zaitsev. And then Ivan says, okay, Gary, if you insist, I can play Brer as well. And then he throws him out of the suite, say, play open Spanish. You don't know all the lines. Anyway, play open Spanish, and what happens. And tomorrow, Kasparov was playing against Lothier with white, not getting anything out of the opening. So it was an easy draw. Lothier was very strong at that time, as you know. And Ivan won with black pieces against Anand. And they won the match. But so I'm always laughing when he said, so Ivan was showing Zaitsev, but playing Brer, and then Gary was so upset that he's not in that super professional mood. But yeah, Ivan was of course super strong players at that time. So it's not like so surprising that he wins even against Anand himself.
So when you see this move knight b8, this brings the memory.
Yes,
of
yes.
this
But
story.
Yuri Dohoyan, a grandmaster, who was helping the guy. Yuri, this is prayer. This is not Zaitsev.
But by the way, Alojzije, I have also a game to show you, which happened between Alexandra and Sarah many years ago. By the way, their first game they played in the World Under 12, so they know each other very well. Let me show you. It's where Sarah played with black. Just bring the position on the board, because of course I'm showing the miniatures. So d4 knight f6 was played, and where Sarah with white is playing with white, c4 e6. Here she played bishop g5.
Okay, the move actually Humpy played against Sarah yesterday.
Yes.
That was bishop g5 h6.
Wait a second, there was something strong. Why do you
So this was the h6, bishop
The knight is
h4,
on-
bishop before knight e2. This was the game, yesterday's game. This was the yesterday game, Humpy versus Sarah.
No, I think knight f3 was played
d5,
first. No, no.
knight, rook c1, something, and she took on c4 with the rook. That was yesterday game. So
No, knight f3 was played first.
instead of knight f3, okay.
Knight f3, then d5, bishop
and then
g5,
bishop
yes,
g5,
c6,
okay.
e3.
h6 or no?
No, not
c6.
this.
c6.
c6,
Okay,
e3, knight bd7.
Okay.
Okay, it was played many years ago when they were kids, but it was just in three. Bishop d3,
Okay.
knight queen a5.
Okay.
Knight bd2, d takes c4. Like
Okay.
I wanted to show you this trick. Bishop c4, knight e4, bishop h4, g5. So bishop g3 and g4, yes. And
when the
black
knight moves, knight d2, queen
And
d2,
bishop
and
b4.
bishop b4. A main trick.
So Alexandra won this game with the black pieces, but nevertheless, their lifetime score is equal once again. So +1 for Alexandra and 1+1 classical game also for Sarah. But in this game, Alexandra is having the white pieces and she decided to play e4 when she usually plays d4. So what happened?
I don't know. Sometimes it's really hard to understand what's the reasoning behind. So I really cannot guess what's the reason why they are playing. I'm regretting that I was not the player who could play e4, d4. How about you? You were mainly playing d4.
Yes, e4, sometimes knight f3. Yes,
But d4 you haven't combined. So it would be like very nice, because I think Goryachkina, she started as a d4 player, but then she had a d4 as well. So I think, but now I would say that this is advice for all like future stars. You need to play e4 and d4 because the game is so complex and you cannot just rely on e4 because you will get Berlin. So maybe you would I don't get a better game if you are playing d4 against Queen's Gambit, or if the guy is playing Queen's Gambit accepted, then you can play e4 and maybe play some Italian and so.
So today we have this theme of cautionary tales in the openings. Yes, I've showed you the games between Elisabeth and Batkhuyag, and now between Sarah and Alexandra. So they know each other very well.
Let's go. Let's check the other game. So here we are in process of the opening. So d3, d4 was played, but in Breyer structure, Zaitsev structure is not so important if you're tempo down or tempo up. In the game of Tan, I'm not sure that this game is updated. So let's check first of all, Almira, do we have all the correct position? Is in Sarah's game knight on b8? No, not anymore. So we will have a break trying to update the moves.
Dear chess friends, welcome to Monaco. My name is Almira Skripchenko and I am your host, joined today by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. Welcome, Alojzije. Well, tomorrow is our last day, but meanwhile, it's the 8th rounds of FIDE Women's Grand Prix. The thrilling finale is ahead of us because for the moment we have one draw in this round between the tournament leader Kateryna Lagno and her follower, chaser, Humpy Koneru. And 4 games are still in progress. I hope that it's going to be an exciting round. And we fixed all our technical problems. Yes?
Yeah.
Everything
We
is
have
now.
the move, so maybe we can check what's going on in the games. So first, maybe it's a moment that we check the following one, where Alexandra Kosteniuk just played knight b4, and after queen b4, knight d3, queen a3.
Did she take on a1?
She took on c1 the move we predicted, knight c3, bishop c3, rook a to c1, and this was the position where I said that after bishop f6, c5 might impose some pressure, and actually precisely that happened. Maybe still holdable, but it looks very dubious. Rook d1, bishop f5, knight d4, normal way to proceed, bishop g4, and she went for bishop f3. Is this move necessary? Hey, hang on. So this is the position. Let's stop for a sec.
And she wants to play c6?
Okay, she can.
Can you play c6 then?
c6
That's
anyway.
what I
She
wanted
can
to
do it,
advocate.
I guess, immediately.
Takes.
Takes, or...
I know, but maybe now you can play knight d4. But I'm not sure what happens
I
after
take
bishop
and then,
g4 anyways.
and queen e5 maybe.
Oh.
And you don't want to enter, I guess, this kind of position.
No. If I don't have time to take on c6, no. Then let's take rook c6.
Because here, I don't know, this kind of position can be very tricky. I cannot take, and I cannot exchange pair of rooks. I cannot take because of these tactics. And my king is weak. I would be afraid of this position.
So then after c6,
BC, BC,
then
let's say.
we can try both. Can you just a second? Was this possible? Rook c6, because I wanted to take with the rook on c6.
Okay, it's possible, I agree.
Because I'm not sure where your queen is
go
going.
somewhere, let's say queen b8.
Okay, what is my follow-up here?
Queen c5 or something. Bishop e4 will be played. So that's the problem. If I go queen c5, there is bishop e4, so I need to stop it. Maybe queen a4.
Or maybe you move the knight. Can you play as... I'm not sure. If knight d4, rook d8, yes?
Yeah, b5 is hanging.
And yes, b5 is hanging.
Maybe knight d4 was not a bad try. Knight d4, bishop d4. If we could get them on the camera as well, that would be maybe good. So knight d4 first, bishop g4. Yeah, okay, maybe bishop f3 is not a bad move.
Can I play rook d8 here?
Yeah,
rook
probably.
f8.
Probably she will play it. Rook d8 and takes. Bishop f3, let's say, if you go rook d1.
Because as you rightfully mentioned, I don't want to exchange the light square bishops and to stay with this empty bishop on f6. So it's important for me at least to try and to have this opposite color middle game.
This can be an issue. So this is the position. If I take on d4, rook d4, this is better for white. So rook's endgame is the worst, or rook or heavy pieces position. If I take on f3, queen f3, I can go rook d8, but then some knight b3, again, empty bishop. White is better. So after bishop f3, rook d8 force, let's calculate. Bishop g4, rook d4, maybe bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Maybe this is a better try. And then e5. Yeah, I can always push c6, but on c6, bc, bc. We will have this position and bishop will land to b6. Maybe white should postpone it for a moment.
You know, Alexandra is my longtime friend, and by the way, we also played a lot of games during the teams championships, and they were extremely complicated. And but now that I look at her as an observer, you know, during chess game, because you're mostly looking at the board and at the pieces, like she scares me. You know, it's like I wouldn't want to meet her on a bad day. You know, so she is
determined, huh?
Yes, she's so determined, and of course, she's one of the most titled players in the chess world, former world champion. It's her second Grand Prix event. The first one she played in Tbilisi, and she's a very dangerous opponent for everyone. She's still thinking about. I'm not sure if there is a difference, but I didn't want to play rook a8 just in case the
but
a7.
I think this rook f to d8 at this position, and then bishop d4 is no longer dangerous for her. I would feel safe in this position. So I think that it's important to keep the pieces. So to come with rook f to d8 and then to take on d4 with the bishop. So I think this is an important moment. Maybe we should switch to Munguntuul versus Paehtz, since there a lot of things have happened.
Yes.
b5 played, bishop b3, a bit strange that she didn't go for bishop d3.
But maybe she was concerned about rook d8.
Okay, queen e2.
But then you cannot play queen g4, yes, in one move, so she wanted to play this in one move.
Okay.
Let's see how the game developed. Did she play queen g4?
c5, which I think was the right reaction of Batkhuyag. So she went for this queen g4, bishop c2, rook d8 was played. And she is thinking.
It's interesting because Elisabeth thought that in this line she has the d6 square.
Yeah, but take a look, Almira, from a logical point of view. Anyway, I came to this diagonal. At least from d3 I'm stopping b5, c5. So it's more logical. Queen c2, let's say now. Or maybe start with a3, you would move the, and then maybe queen c2 to control c5. Because the way how she played, bishop b3, and now rook, okay, now c5 was immediately played. So I think that bishop b3 was a
small inaccuracy, or maybe
a mistake. Okay, she was probably doing this for a reason, but now after that, since the bishop.
But can we try this line, knight f6?
Okay.
I want to try. King h8, knight h5.
Queen g5.
Queen g5.
Maybe rook g8.
And the bishop is protected on, yes, c5 protects also the bishop. Okay, but wait, knight f6, leave the knight on f6. Okay. What can I do here? You will play rook d2, that's the problem. But I'm not sure you can take on f6, so I want to try. Let me play rook d1.
But why you need to check? Why you don't play rook d1 immediately with the same idea? I don't know, rook a d1. You think that bishop e4 will be played? I'm not sure.
Queen e4.
And then h4.
Mm-hmm.
At least I'm putting some pressure.
No, first I play knight f6 with the idea of playing knight h5, but if you have queen g5, then maybe you should start with rook d1. Can I play c4 here?
Yes.
Because I don't want to allow this jump, knight d6. By the way, should you play a3 and then rook d1 maybe?
What's the difference?
The difference is the bishop is on a5. Maybe I will force you to play bishop c7.
I'm not sure. Maybe this is improvement for black.
And if I play f4, you will take on e4 here, yes?
Maybe c4 first. Or
But then knight f6, knight h5.
king h8.
Yes, knight
rook
h5,
g8.
rook g8, okay. And there is some x-ray on the g file as well. Yes, bishop on g2. If you will play.
I think now black is doing really well.
No. This is not the right
So
continuation.
let's just think for a moment. Rook a to d8 played. Okay, why we don't go knight d6?
c4. I think she will give up the bishop.
So let's play a3 and then knight d6.
Here, story is a bit different. But so, will you take on b7? Or what do you do here?
If you play c4,
Yes.
because knight b5, rook d2, probably is okay, but still, even this is not so clear.
Can you play, let's say, a6?
Here. Yes, you can.
So, are you going to take on b7?
Probably it's still with some drawing margin, but I think that the advantage is, but maybe gone. But let's move on. Rook d1 and then f4. Bishop c7 you cannot play.
Yes. What can I play? Bishop d5 here, c4.
Bishop d5,
f4.
Bishop c7, rook d5. Maybe even rook d5
But
immediate.
what do you mean rook d5 and queen f5? Or? And knight f5, yes.
Queen g5. But when I have f4,
yes,
I'm stopping.
But then wait for f4.
So f4, and now this works.
And knight f5. So.
But here black can go wrong. So if I start with knight d6,
no, a3, that's what we decided.
Bishop a5 and then knight d6.
I like this line. So in order to find this continuation, we needed to understand like all the subtleties. We cannot play knight d6 with the bishop on b4. We shouldn't play knight f6, knight h5. So f4 is a bit premature. And that's the tree of possibilities, and Elisabeth is leaning towards the board. She was leaning. Is she making a move?
Yeah, knight d6, a3. A3, knight d6. Yeah.
You see, that's important, of course.
Yeah.
A3 is
it's
the most important inclusion.
Yeah. But knight f6 is probably some just an illusion.
Well, it's tempting,
Yes.
of course. Can you play h4? She goes for a3. Perfect play. I'm scared, Alojzije here. But those moves are beautiful as
Very
well.
important.
Yes,
move.
it's
Very good.
so bishop a5, and let's see if she will go for knight e6 next. Yes.
96.
96
Very
is
well
on the
played.
board. Yes, very well played. It took us, a lot of tries to understand what is the strongest continuation in this position. And it
So once
demonstrates
again,
actually
if you
how
go
you
96,
choose.
c4 is very important. And then if you take, there is rook d2, even rook d5. This one is falling. So the point is that here you have some time. So after a3, bishop f5, f5, knight d6, c4, you have some time to play rook d1, maybe even a4. So your knight is not hanging. Very beautifully played.
So let's have a look at Bibisara's game, because we left it.
ed5 was played, so after bishop g6, bishop c2 was played, so she moved the bishop instead of queen c2 or queen e2. She played bishop c2, rook e8, queen b1, very subtle maneuver.
By the way, I have a nickname for Bibisara, especially given her outfits today, the Golden Warrior. Let's see. So if you have some beautiful nicknames for our players, those players are all superstars. And if you have your favorite player, let's try.
Bishop f8 played, knight f1, knight a5. And then she took on d5. She didn't want to keep the tension any longer. And we are in this position. So queen d5 or knight d5. A little bit more. Both moves have their points. Queen d5
She went,
played.
yes, for queen d5. Knight d5 has an advantage of threatening the bishop on e3, and unless you are going to leave it there, you are forced to retreat it to d2. What do you think, Alojzije, here? Of course, we have the queen on d5, but just this is also a very instructive moment for our viewers, because after knight d5, so unless you are leaving it there, but you don't want to play this position without the bishop pair, you are forced to retreat it. And this is not the move that you want to make.
Yeah, but here I wouldn't play it. But after ed, knight d, I have a target on e5. And if you go f6, then d4 always, or c4 and so on, or knight h4. So knight c6, knight g3 maybe. Sometimes even d4 is the idea. Takes, 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 takes. And c5 versus c pawn versus d pawn.
I'm not sure. d4 is very strong when the bishop is on b3, because then if you take on d4, you lose your knight on d5. But here I feel that black has successfully equalized.
Yeah, but I think maybe she wants to go for more.
So queen d5 was played?
Just to say maybe knight g3 is
Mhm.
an option here. Normal move. And then to come to e4 or somewhere start jumping.
Mhm.
So after ed, queen d was played.
She wants to play rook d8 and win the pawn on d3. And you need to put something on e4. This is a typical plan for white. Because you have no time to play, to regroup your pieces and to play rook d1.
She's thinking about b4, knight c6,
Mhm.
c4. Because this opens your position, and if you take queen c2 is protecting. And on queen c2, bishop g6, of course. So after c4, black needs to retreat the queen somewhere, let's say d7, and then queen b2. Because bishop d3 maybe invites... I cannot play rook d1.
I take on c4.
I cannot play rook d1. I was thinking, but then bc4. Yeah. So I need to figure it out something else. Maybe queen b3, rook d8, rook d1. But it looks not so sound. I don't know if she's thinking about this. What else we could do?
But could you use the standard maneuver? I think that's you need, for example, I am anticipating rook d8, so I need to put a piece on e4. So maybe you can play knight g3 and then knight e4. If, like, let's say rook d8.
Okay, this one is hanging. So maybe knight b3 is maybe. So maybe knight d2.
Knight d2. Then
you mentioned rook d8.
Yes, I need to play.
Okay, maybe you can first move
b4
and then knight
d4.
And that would be a successful strategy. I think that this is very good for white. So
this is a typical maneuver which you use and defend the pawn on d3 indirectly, of course, and you have no time to play rook d1.
But let's say after knight d2, e4 maybe bothers her. Takes, and if you change everything, then this b3 whole is an issue.
Can you play knight d2 here or?
Okay.
No, knight d2, rook e3. It's probably losing. Yes? Yes, you can play knight d2 here. Let's show it. Yes, rook e3 is winning completely.
And after rook e3 or something, queen d2.
So you can't cover b3.
Okay, you take and exchange the queens. I don't believe it's serious advantage.
Maybe queen c6.
Queen c6.
And knight c4.
Now knight d2.
And knight d4. You can also.
So knight d2.
Knight d4. No.
Queen f3. Because if you exchange, rook takes, maybe e1, but knight c4, bishop c1, maybe. I think she will hold this position. But obviously that black is the one posing some problems. And in Harika versus Kosteniuk, we have exactly the position we were discussing. Yeah. And I think that black is safe enough. This is known from Greenfield. So maybe it's moment to check Goryachkina versus Sarasadat. So we left around here b3 maneuver, which is typical in those positions. a4, c4. This is everything known. b4 maybe not the only way to play. Okay, long maneuvering. Ahead of us.
And we have a typical structure from the Louis Robes and Breyer. But even though the game started with e4, Alexandra still played, with the positions where she has the space advantage. She has this powerful center, e4, d5, and c4. steers the game into King's Indian structures.
Okay, so here she's postponing c5 because she's maybe thinking to take on d5.
And play knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5, but of course c5 locking the queen side, and then rook c7, bishop c8, and then transferring everything to king side is also an option.
You have to be careful because then if you play knight c5,
No, c5 I would say. Lock the
no,
queen.
no, if you take on d5, yes, because you were mentioning this line, then I think it just happened, so you will take cd5.
I think ed5 is reaction.
E5?
Yeah.
You didn't want to play cd5,
cd5
and then knight d2, knight
it's
c4.
also possible, I agree. I don't know if this one is hanging. Am I leaving it?
But the pawn on b4 is also
Queen d2.
can be attacked, so maybe Bibisara is going for this line.
It's a good move.
What Alexandra played? She played ed5, by the way.
No, she took with the cd5. This is exactly the
This is the position on the board already?
Yes. And Alexandra is thinking.
We'll bring you, yes, all the games.
Bishop c6 is played in Munguntuul. Will now white double over the
which is a better square. Yes, bishop c6 is better placed than on d5.
She wants to play bishop c7.
So you cannot sacrifice.
If you go f4, bishop c7, f5, throw everything, then queen g5 is the move, which is a bit complicated. I don't really want. Unclear. She can go bishop e4. So I think.
But bishop e4, if you take on e4, then queen e4 and bishop c7.
Knight b5.
Knight b5. Okay, no, yes. Because black hasn't played a6, like an hour line. Maybe b4 is more precise here. Bishop e4, sorry. And Bibisara went for this line that we analyzed.
Knight g3 she played.
But she played b4 first, knight c6, and then knight g3. And she wants to put the knight on e4. So rook d1 and knight e4.
In Goryachkina just played rook a4. So is Sara now playing rook b5? Or she will take on b4 or take on a5 or rook b5? What do you think? Not a simple question.
At rook b5, if I play bishop d3.
Knight c5, I'm thinking, is that possible?
Maybe we should show
yes,
it.
So rook
first
b5,
try
knight
rook
e3,
b5.
knight c5 takes,
knight c5
takes, rook goes back, knight takes to e4. This is typical Rui Lopez counter play, and I would be worried with white. Of course, a6, bishop a8, because I cannot take, because my knight is dropping. If I take with this one, rook e4, and then I'm losing the bishop. So bishop a8 necessary, and that's about it from white now. Black will start playing.
Knight d3.
Knight e3, queen b6
Protecting
maybe,
the pawn.
or h5, bishop h6, maybe queen b6 for a start. a7, I guess. Maybe if you want to stick to this pawn, maybe you should.
I'm not sure I have something else here.
And bishop comes to a6. Very promising position for black.
So let's say we improve our knight. We play knight f3. Bishop h6.
It looks to me like a dream position.
Can I play knight g2 here, or you will play knight g3? Or maybe you can even take knight
Take on
f2,
yes,
and knight g3, yes. This is an opening disaster.
I think that Alexandra is aware that this idea is completely viable, and that's why she's thinking. Also not getting up out of the board.
So let's try once again. Rook b5.
Yeah, rook a5 is also viable option, and now this kind of position, but here maybe white has more promising steps, while after rook b5, bishop d3, what else?
You want to
Knight c5, takes, forced. Okay, now I can maybe place somewhere else, but if I take on b4, then queen a5.
And if I play bishop c3, what do you do?
I was thinking to take on e4.
Yes. I know you well, so I was expecting this. But here... wait a second.
But why don't you play queen d2? So, because queen
yes,
is
the queen is
protected.
protected, yes. Sorry, what happens?
I don't know. Some cable.
So queen d2. It's okay, my rook can't move.
But I have immediately moved 93. Works perfectly. So what was played? Rook b5, right? No, bishop c8.
I can see.
Bishop c8, which was not our candidate. Rook b5, interesting chance missed.
Yes, but when you are not in form, you know, Stara has been missing a lot of chances during this tournament, and she's going for the more, in her opinion, the solid line. She's improving her bishop. She's expecting rook b4, then she wants to take, I suppose, with her rook on a5.
Yeah,
so
but
the bishop is
what's
not
the difference?
Yes.
She could have played this direction, so I don't know why bishop c5.
Or maybe she wants to take with the queen a5.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. You're right. Okay, rook b4 will be played. I'm now focused on Paehtz, I guess, Munguntuul, since here a4 was played, which is a good move, because you cannot go a6 because of ab and discard attack, and if you go b4, then I'm gaining this square. So, for example, in some scenario, in some scenario, this should be improved version, and now white is safe forever. So that's her concept. a4.
No, maybe she wants on b4 also to play f4, and if you play bishop c7, like in every other line, we can play knight c4. Then bishop d5, probably. But you already protected your pawn on e5, and we can play f5. Yes, maybe f5 there. No? Let's try it. Because I thought that b4, f4, bishop. Because you have f6. Can you try this?
We're queen g5 always.
Yes, queen g5. I'm getting too excited because, of course, here,
Yeah, f6.
yes, I wanted to play f6, but queen g5. Yes, the standard replies we have seen to f5. Yes, but how about the structure? Because with the pawn on b5, it was a bit different. So maybe let's wait here. Can we play knight c4 here? How will you reply?
But then in the
Bishop d5. You will go bishop d5.
So I'm thinking, is it better to have knight against the bishop on c7, but then you cannot kick your opponent from the d5 square or the d5, or to play this way where you might end up in a opposite squared bishops?
But actually, I think that here, if you take on c4, this position is okay for white. Yes,
No,
I mean,
but now rook d2,
rook d2, but I wanted to play bishop queen e4
g6.
and g6.
I'm not sure. We cannot play h4. Rook is coming to d8, and then so maybe queen h4.
How about queen h4? Yes.
Yeah, maybe bishop e4 is more precise.
So bishop e4 here, f4 is a bit too enthusiastic.
After b4, of course, f4 is a normal viable candidate, but I prefer bishop e4. Let's see what's.
But please notice that Batkhuyag, she is burning a lot of time.
We don't know is the clock correct? Yeah, so
no, I can see now because it's 26 minutes.
Yeah, but I heard that it's not 100% sure that this is the right situation. I don't know on the camera. Sorry, you saw it on the camera because okay, you saw it. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you noticed. So it's correct. So
every time Elisabeth is coming like with a new positional concept, black is burning a lot of time. So after a4, should you play b4? Should you take on a4?
I think she composed herself and played this a3, 96, a4. That was very precise, very inspiring. So she can be happy how she actually handled some twist in the position, since this c5 was something which relieved black's position. Let's go to the Harika against. Okay, we have a move in Munguntuul, b4 played, and now I'm curious. So f4 or bishop e4? What would you say, Almira? Which move will have? Both moves are viable. f4 or bishop e4? What's your choice?
Now that I know the truth, maybe we will go for bishop e4. The problem is, yes, I cannot bring my rook to the attack. Yes, I can play rook f3, and then maybe bishop e4 first, exchange those bishops, and then f4 and rook f3.
I know, somehow bishop f4 really, it's like a long-term safer, since after bishop e4, queen e4, let's say here, even if you exchange the queens, even if your opponent penetrates to d3 after rook b3, my knight still on c4 is protecting everything. So I don't need to touch anything. Only issue which can happen is b3, rook b8, rook b4. This is the only issue where I could face some problems, while at the same time maybe I can win some endgame with f4, g4, who knows. So
Let's say if rook d5.
rook
okay.
d5, I play maybe f4. I don't know if b3 is necessary.
Mhm.
I really don't know.
Rook d8.
And let's say
Mhm.
that I push.
And then f4 here. Mhm.
Like a long term, I expect players like Kramnik, like Magnus to play this kind of continuation, because even rook d3, I don't know, this kind of position, who knows if I can start rolling my pawns. I don't know, I can start with maybe g3, king f2, king e2, h3, rook g1. I have all the time in the world, let's say.
Mhm.
You even come to c3, I even come here.
Maybe let's show
Because
what
now I
can
will
happen
start.
after rook d1. Let's say king f2. If I
Mhm.
exchange all the rooks. So if you take. Let's say
Okay, I
rook.
can even stop
You can
your
play.
penetration.
Mhm.
And
But
then
yes, I wanted to show that here the combination of queen and knight is much stronger than queen and bishop, of course.
I don't want to play e4, although it might be 4, so I can do it slower, let's say. You go queen e4.
Mhm.
Can I burn the bridges with queen f3? Okay, no, I can start with knight e2.
So queen d5.
Queen f3.
And queen
And
f3.
this is like a dreamed version. And if you now do something, I do knight c4 first, maybe. But maybe even I can take an e4. So long term, I have some assets. So for me, I would say that bishop e4. It's really hard to grasp what will happen in the future, but bishop e4 is more like
Subtle.
yes, yeah, exactly. So I would say that this is an important moment.
Mhm.
So bishop e4 or f4. And I love the way how she played last few moves. Okay, so while we are waiting, let's see what's Harika doing versus Kosteniuk. I mentioned that I wouldn't be afraid, but maybe I'm wrong. e5. I would be very careful with this e5, but of course Alexandra has her reasons, because e6 long term might be an important move for me, not at this position, but let's say after bishop b6 and then e6 to cut the diagonal, while after e5 I can only do it by playing f5, which might be a weakening, and king g2 played. Okay, also bishop b6 will happen, I don't know. I don't see anything wrong in black's position. So I think she's doing really, really well, because this one is not possible. So I need to wait. Cannot come to, my rook is hanging, I cannot come to d7. So if I take, probably this is the way how the game can steer to a draw. Let's say like this. And we have a forced draw. So this might be a scenario. What's going on in Sarasadat? Okay, she returned the rook, and let's check Assaubayeva versus Tan. Knight h5. Interesting.
It's a bold try, but
She's really trying to.
I feel that for the moment, the knight is I guess a bit misplaced on h5. Of course, she wants to play knight f4. But then
Okay, the moment bishop f4 takes and then maybe
yes, and then
d4.
d4. So
Yeah, so
does she want to play f5?
that can be an option.
But-
Let's say a4, f5.
No, but then bishop d3. No,
yes,
but I mean, let's say she will prepare this. She e4, king h8, and I feel that she wants to play a5, f5.
But also white activated.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Bibisara went for bishop c5, leaving the control of f4 square, which is, I guess, not an easy decision.
If knight f4 now?
What is she up to? She wants to use this c4 square in the future. I don't know. Maybe something like this from typical Italian game.
Mm-hmm. Alojzije, I had the question. If you would take into account the style of all the players in the tournament, who would you call Athena?
Who would we call?
Athena, the goddess of war, the Greek. So because I'm thinking about the Greek archetypes. So if you've seen a lot of games played in this tournament, so which player you would call Athena?
Very tough question. I understand your point, but
maybe Kateryna, who is leading the tournament. She played uncompromising chess, balancing between positional games and sharp tactical games. And
yesterday was memorable in terms of quality of calculation, like 20 moves heading for this race with 2 pawns, being super precise. Then this final touch of sacrificing the queen for a stalemate. So I was very, very impressed by the level of her play yesterday.
So maybe Kateryna. Kateryna,
yeah.
Athena.
Yes,
This
works.
I'm trying.
And yeah, next step for some players
To find something poetic, yes.
will be Greece, Rhodes. I don't know if someone is playing there, but okay, it's clashing with maybe Cyprus Grand Prix.
Mm-hmm.
But Greece mythology it's really interesting.
So maybe we will take this moment to have a short commercial break, because then the time trouble is going to be on every board, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm here with Jean-Michel Rapet, who is president of the Monacan Chess Federation and the tournament director for the Women's Grand Prix. Jean-Michel, my first question to you is, you have such a passion for chess and promoting women's chess. What motivates you?
Oh, not only women chess, we try to promote also for youth. It's very important, and the Monaco Chess Federation since some years push women and kids, and now also we try it for veterans.
And what drives you to focus on women's chess and youth chess?
We start in 1993. It was Mr. Van Oosterloo. He organized a woman candidate match between Nana Joseli and Suza Polgar. And it was in February, and in November we organized a World Championship between Xiu and Nana Joselani. And Monaco Chess Club participated in a French competition, in French Championship. And in 2004, we finished at the second place. And the president of the French Federation was Jean-Claude Moins. And it was the now chess club, a very famous French club, and was a champion. We were a vice champion, and we participated in Kemer during European Club Cup. And I see there was also European Club Cup for women. So I proposed to Mr. Van Oosterloo to stop French Championship and to focus for Women European Club Cup. At the beginning, he don't want. He want to continue for the French Championship. But finally, in 2006, he agreed, and in 2007, we start to build a dream team with Almira, Skripchenko. And after year, we won many titles, but not only for only this dream team, and we push also for Monaco woman player. We start to participate in the women section in Olympiad in Tromsø in 2014, and since every 2 years Monaco participate. And many times our women team have better results than in open section. Wow. Yes, and for the first time, a woman became a Monaco champion.
Wow. Who was that?
So it's very, very funny because in the past you said, okay, Monaco champion is, by example, Igor Efimov, and the woman champion is Tatiana Dornbusch. But now you must say the Monaco champion is Tatiana Dornbusch, and the first male champion is
Wow.
Karl Ribegren.
You're obviously doing something right here. And we're in the amazing chess club here in Monaco. You can see there's so many posters and beautiful, like everything here. There's a lot of history that you're showing. When was the club established?
I think in 1949. Wow. And we are under Monaco Chess Federation. We are affiliated with FIDE in 1958. Wow. And I think we participate in Olympiad since Leipzig.
At this club here, the chess club, I mean, we've got chess sets everywhere, even old historical ones. Which chess activities take place here at the club?
We give chess lessons, but principally in the main room. So the club is open Monday to Saturday every day, and we also you have a competition in a French league principally. Yeah.
Well, it seems that chess is alive and well in Monaco, which makes sense for it to be the venue of the Women's Grand Prix. What do you think is the importance of the Women's Grand Prix for women's chess?
Yes, I think it's necessary to do a promotion of women's chess. I think with Etienne Mensch, we have a very strong team for retransmission, and it's very, very important for. I get a look on video. It's very nice. You do absolutely a great job. Yes, I am very very happy.
And I see with all these memories and all these photos here, and you being part of chess for so long, in a good way. Do you have a favorite chess memory or one that you can tell me?
Wow. Different. In a French championship, I was very happy to win the first title in 2001. It was particular because, but I can say in 2007 when we won our first title in a Women European Club Cup, And I remember Almira don't want I came to see to watch the game because I was too much nervous. And after in 2015, when we organized Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Casino of Monte Carlo, because for me it was very special. First to play chess tournament in Casino, it was not happened during 111 years. It was only during Grand Prix of 1904. Wow. So it was important to me, and I worked so many years during Casino, so and place is absolutely amazing. And also when we won Club Cup in 2018 in Greece, and it was very special because Monaco was not the number one in a ranking, so it's very special. Okay, but I can continue for a long time. Yes.
Is there anything special you want to show us that you have here at the club?
Oh, we have two special bottles of champagne. In the first bottle, we won a French championship in 2001. And I said to my player, okay, if we won again, we will double the size. And in 2002, and now you can see you have on the bottle all the name, and I have a special also chess set from Olympiade La Havana 1966.
Wow. This isn't just any chess sets,
Yes.
right?
And you see the logo of La Habana from the Olympiad. And it was a gift for all delegation. And it was from Dr. Fidel Castro.
Wow. Wow. Very special set, and you're keeping it in great condition.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I ask one, because you have also, by example, a poster of Yerevan Olympiad, or Moscow Olympiad in '94, in Ljubljana, everywhere. When players go somewhere from important competition, I ask, okay, bring back a poster.
Yeah.
But now it will be in June. We will refresh Monaco Chess Club, but it will be very hard for me because we must remove not clocks but poster, and after we will decide which one we keep and.
I mean, letting go of the memories, but you have so many here and space for new ones, right?
Yes, I hope.
Thank you so much, Jean-Michel, and thank you
you.
for running such a fantastic event.
Merci beaucoup.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. I think that time trouble is going to make its appearance on every board very soon. This is the 8th round of FIDE Women's Grand Prix organized in Monaco. Alojzije, the tension is high right now in the playing hall.
It's growing. We are about to enter the time trouble, not exactly immediately, but soon. 20 moves have been played in many games.
But as you can see, for example, some players are down to 20 minutes. The positions are still very complicated.
Actually, that was my weak spot. So I was okay when I was playing Blitz. I was okay in time trouble, but I would make a distinction between time trouble from classical game when you are basically not in that process of just playing moves quickly like you are doing in Blitz. But my issue was that I wanted to avoid time trouble, and sometimes I would start playing faster around, like when I'm on 15 to 20 minutes on the clock, and suddenly I would start making some moves to avoid time trouble, and I would start acting like I'm in time trouble, and the quality of my moves dropped. But when I was in time trouble, I could adjust. But somehow this, we have this, all professionals have this fear, like severe time trouble, unexpected things can happen. You can be alone time and you need to solve the problems. Let's better avoid it.
But did you have some kind of ritual? For example, I know that many players, they have reminders on their score sheet. For example, move 20. How much time did you want to spend till then? Then on the 30th move. So, and they also note down the time.
I was actually calculating, then I would come down, for example, let's say now Munguntuul, she's on 17 minutes for 20 move, but then I will calculate, it's like I'm getting 30 seconds per each move. I will get 10 more minutes, so 27 moves for 27 minutes for 20 move. It's not a big deal. So I would try to calm myself down by adding this additional time. But when you are playing low on clock, you don't feel it the same way when you are playing on the last seconds. So
especially the 30 seconds are added only after each move.
Exactly. So I was actually not making any notes, but you know that there was this huge dispute when Wesley was making some notes. It was in US, I think US Championship against Ruzhanagovyan, and then arbiters were claiming correctly that you cannot write anything in the score sheet. So Wesley was writing some encouraging messages, focus, to keep the concentration, don't enter time trouble, let's say. So in terms of that, I was actually not unhappy as long as my opponent is also in the time trouble. That was also sometimes my strategy against older players, that I would try to think a bit to relax them a bit, and
to lure them
yes,
into time
exactly.
trouble.
Here in Elisabeth's game,
So you are a fox, actually. Yes.
what to do sometimes? As I said, listen, Almira, my repertoire was very narrow. I didn't have a big team. I had coaches, but not so many, and I needed to be tricky. What to do?
Okay, I take notes during our commentaries,
Yes.
so if we're going to play a few games, I'm coming fully prepared.
Yes, some bluffs might happen and tricks.
But meanwhile, actually, I like what Elisabeth did, against Batkhuyag, because I like her position. The knight for the moment is on d6, unless black sacrifices the exchange with rook d6, but I'm not sure that here it will be sufficient. What do you think?
Yeah, I think now that
Let's try it.
Let's go back just so first, instead of f4, she went for this bishop e4, which I was commentating as it's some kind of long-term decision, more safer, more logical if you cannot calculate so far in advance. And actually, it immediately paid off, because now she just went into some upgraded version. Very strange move that queen c7 was played, because obviously bishop belongs there, and it would kick the knight. So I'm surprised that Munguntuul went for this way, playing queen c7.
Yes, the pieces are not coordinated in this way.
And now I think she will need to do something very wise, since she will end up in that b3, knight c4 stuff. Once again, this habit of riding the moves on both score sheets is there.
But
so it's sort of superstitious, I guess.
and she has been doing well so far.
Yeah.
But rook d7 was played, and what if we play rook c1, rook a c1?
Rook c1 is good move. I'm just concerned, is a b3 coming, or should I stop it? Don't know.
You want to make a prophylactic move first.
Because then I'm long term, I will always be stable. So are you stopping b3, or you by playing yourself b3, or you're moving on with your plan, Almira, rook d1, rook c1? But Elisabeth has super pleasant position.
b3 is more precise, but I like the moves rook c1.
Rook f to d1 is coming.
Play rook d1.
She's hesitating. Third time she was trying to play that move, but now she stopped a bit.
The thing is, after rook d1, rook d8, like, you cannot move your knight.
Yeah, because c4 is coming. Okay, I got your point. So here, if white manages to double over the d file, then it will be okay, but black will always try to combine deflection of this knight with the point of...
And c4, c3.
Yes. So maybe white should go to c file, but then white is abandoning this exchange, this defense, and there is a exchange sacrifice.
Rook c1. Rook f-c1.
f-c1.
So
okay, so she doesn't want to fight over the d file. She has a nice outpost on d6. This knight actually worth, knights and a pawn worth exact or similar like a rook. So black is trying to take on d6 maybe at some stage, but then those double pawns will disappear, which is improvement for white.
Do you want to play rook fd8 here? Not bishop b6, but rook d8.
Rook d8, okay, b3 anyway, and if we end up in this kind of position, it's still much better, because if the pawn was on b5 and a6, and then there is a chance that some passer will be created, but this is not the case now, so I don't believe that there is a compensation here. So if this doesn't work, so she played bishop b6. Okay, now it's a typical Munguntuul game. When she's worse, she will just hold. Trying to hold, and at some point she will try to counter back. That was the case in the game against Sarasadat. That was the game in the game against Dan. So I'm curious to see, will we have another scenario of just like resourcefulness and defense.
But by the way, you know, those eyes on her sleeve are reminding me of a very beautiful cartoon by Miyazaki, which is called Spirited Away. And there you had a lot of those creatures, you know, running around. And here, what do you think about this image? If I can show it to you.
Yeah, you're completely right.
I didn't know they played chess though, but okay. It's the lucky charm for today for Batkhuyag. Tell me if you agree with me.
Okay, now it's Elisabeth's turn to move on with some concepts. She's dominating, but still it's far away from anything tangible. Let's go somewhere else. So let's check what is going on in Harika against Kosteniuk, because this game seems to be lost for Kosteniuk. Let's go with the camera also to that board. Since
she played the 5 and
I mentioned e5 is a first tough decision. Okay, she didn't want to play bishop b6 to allow rook d7. This is obvious. So she played rook b8, rook c2, rook d6. That was very well played, and now was the moment maybe to go bishop b6 at some stage. But she went for e5, which I assessed as not an easy decision, because, as I mentioned, e6 might be important resource at some stage to shut the diagonal and also to control some squares. So she went for e5, f5, and then queen c4 happened. Maybe we should go full screen just to check the situation.
Because I feel that white can sacrifice on d4. This move f5 allows those sacrifices, yes, thematic sacrifices. Because
I don't know. It doesn't seem that Alexandra is so worried.
yes, but what if she take now on d4?
Yeah, rook d4 is the Harika is excited.
Well, if you think that if you feel that she is not worried, but she is down to 13 minutes on the clock, so this is a clear indicator that she was facing some difficult decisions, and she's much worse for the moment. What if I take? I didn't want to play f5. Can I play something else? Of course,
we can get the board back. So yeah, bishop b6 was the point. But if you're playing e5, your next move follow up is maybe f5. So she wanted to go this way. That was her choice. But king f6 was
king f6 was
maybe too subtle. She wants to go maybe h4, h5, I don't know, or she's just waiting. But now this rook d4 just wins the game. Okay, here bishop b6, the issue is f4. And if you take queen c3 wins, and if my king is on g7, let's say that I play something, I don't know. Okay, now you cannot play bishop d5. I don't know, I'm trying to find the move to lose. Okay, let's play bishop b6, bishop d5, and if I make a move, now f4 is not so dangerous, because after queen c3, my king can come to the h file. So that was mistake. King f6 was actually mistake, and now king g7 allows rook d4. Harika is thinking ed, queen d. You must play rook f6. If you go king h6, there is check, and after king g7, queen e5, king h6, rook c4. Not so obvious, but still thematic. And here, after queen d4, rook f6. Okay, it's not so hard to sacrifice the exchange, because bishop and a passer, distance passer, guarantee you a compensation. But here's some rook e2.
Rook e2 here, and then
threatening rook e6. If let's say that you are waiting, then I can switch to other side.
She was about to grasp the bishop on d4.
But she's still thinking.
Yes, this is a very powerful image.
Rook d4, mate, we just came at the right moment. E takes d4. queen d4, and now it's Alexandra's turn to make a move. If Alexandra loses this game, I would say, as you mentioned, that she could regret a lot of moments. She's playing the type of chess which is also, like in Tan's case, really like energy consuming and
burning bridges.
yeah. So she plays this brave kind of chess, very interesting, but maybe if it would be like a KO, where you can play 1 or 2 important games and then you're already qualified. I don't know. In this round robin with so many rounds, it's really exhausting. So she played rook f6, and now rook e2 is the move.
So Harika started this tournament with 2 losses. Then she managed to stabilize, and she drew every game since then, and she is playing now with the white pieces and trying to get her first win in the event.
Yeah, because if she wins, she will also, after this game, collect some rating points and stabilize, so her actual result won't be so bad, because she's losing more than 10 points in the moment, but this victory could recover
And
a big part. Rook e2, the best move. Rook e6 is coming, and then, or maybe queen c5 is also coming. That also can be a threat, and then rook e7.
I wanted to play rook d8 here, but then
anyway,
after
rook e6.
Yes, you're lost.
You are right, Almira. So rook d8, rook e6, queen f7, and then c7. Deflection, and on queen c7, rook is lost, and I'm on time for everything.
But if you take rook d5, we are lost again.
Queen c7, and then then this will be like eternal queen, and I have those things. Which
now rook d8, then rook e6, rook d5,
queen f6,
queen f6,
yeah.
And then king h6 and queen h4. Yes, so you're winning rook e7.
So very tough moment, and we can stay for a while because Alexandra will need to make a move, and it's a desperate situation.
So the only players who are still undefeated in this event are Kateryna Lagno and Batkhuyag Munguntuul. Kateryna made a draw, so she's still undefeated going to the last round.
We mentioned that Kosteniuk lost first round against the Munguntuul, and then we were commentating that she's the one capable of coming back. Then she played a really tough game against Goryachkina, saving the game. Then she won against Zhongyi. Very tough game, and that was, I would say, some kind of sign of return. Against Koneru, that game was complicated, if I'm not mistaken.
Just the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes. Against Sarasadat, she was pushing.
Yesterday she was pushing as well with white.
So, final result after 8 rounds, if this loss happens, then it's -1, which is not great.
But f4 was played?
Yes. So f4, rook e6. Okay, she wants to give check. Please to deflect the bishop.
She wants to play f3 and rook f8?
Yes. So this is her point, which is a good resource. Okay, white is not in problem. I can move the bishop. It's not that anything is hanging. Rook d6. I cannot play. Queen must stay on the diagonal. If I start with g4, then queen f4 is coming. So maybe I should start with h4 to ask which move will black play.
But why do you didn't like bishop d5? Just coming back?
Okay, I can.
What can you do here? Maybe you can play queen b6.
Yeah, but I don't believe I take.
And then
Take, check,
check. Yes.
and c7. No, first f4 and then c7, let's say.
Yes.
f4. But I don't need bishop on d5, I believe. If I just wait, I don't see the move. Which move will be played? Because if you go queen b6 now, rook e7.
King h8.
Queen e5.
No, I can. Maybe I can
queen-
play rook f7.
Or queen d7.
Yeah, rook f7.
Rook f7, okay.
c7. Yes.
And queen d7.
Mm-hmm.
And c7. That's all. So she will think for a moment. Okay, rook e6 is the move to make. But she will think for a moment.
And what is happening on the other boards?
Okay, let's go to other games. Here, it seems that Goryachkina has outplayed Sarah. Bishop d3, and suddenly black needed to go back. This is the position. Rook c1.
Goryachkina is playing this game in Kharkov style.
Yeah.
Like gradually gaining like a small positional advantage while protecting every piece and then improving her pieces. So rook c1 was played. And where should you go here? Queen d8?
Okay, knight g4 maybe. Or knight f3. Knight g4 probably.
Maybe she can play knight f3, knight d2, and then take on a6.
Yeah, she can,
We
but
need to
maybe
protect.
she needs to calculate knight h5,
This
which is not an option. Here the pawn is hanging. I can even go g3. So she's thinking. Let's check what's going on in Assaubayeva versus Tan. So we left around here. Rook e3 was played, bishop h5, queen f1. Some maneuvering happened. Preparing f5, and this one is hanging. Bishop e3 on f5. She can take on d5 and then relieve the tension.
Once again, we have this move king f8 in the middle game. It's a rare guest.
I have a feeling that Tan has mixed up a bit. Since white pieces have improved in the meantime.
Have this beautiful knight on c5.
Bishop on b3, very good. Bishop on h5 is not doing anything special.
Was she counting on bishop g6 here? Attacking on d3? But then you will play knight e4? Or?
Okay, bishop g6, rook e3 all the time is coming.
Rook e3 as well. Why not knight d4? Because then you will play f5?
Okay, possible. f5, then knight g3.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is
Mhm.
also possible. This is good enough. I agree. Okay, she can decide either rook e3 or knight e4. And in Paehtz against Munguntuul, what happened? Bishop b6, b3 was played,
Mhm.
f4, queen c6. It looks very bad, but who knows how bad it is. Maybe it's not so bad.
Yes, the news of my death have been exaggerated, yes. So the rook is hanging.
Is it the moment that we have multi-view?
Mhm. Should you play rook fd8 here?
Which one?
The same, this
Mhm.
the rook is hanging on d7, so I'm thinking
Okay.
about a rook d8 or
Or
queen
queen
d8.
I don't know, maybe.
Mhm.
Okay, any move attacks. So rook d8, knight b7. Can you play?
Mhm.
I guess you can.
Why? But you want to sacrifice the exchange here?
No, I wanted to avoid this, so that's why
Mhm.
I was thinking about queen d8 as a more
Mhm.
precise move. And she played
Rook d8.
rook d8. Okay.
Threatening to take on d6 now. Mhm. So if you take on c5, bishop d6. And if you play knight e4, what is happening?
Rook d5.
Rook
will be played.
d5. Mhm.
So what do we have? First board, Goryachkina, obviously pushing, played rook c1, queen was retreated. Second board, Tan needs to find a way how to keep on with the pressure. It seems to me that the worst is over for White, that White can even maybe become optimistic. Paehtz, she needs to find now the precise move order. Like next 3-4 moves are crucial. If she missed it, then maybe Black will come out of the problem. And we have Harika winning against Kosteniuk, but she needs to be okay, not so precise, but she needs to be careful. Let's call it that way. So, possibility of decisive outcomes. We have a huge possibility on the first board that Goryachkina wins. Assaubayeva Tan, okay, it's not a dry position, but it's still equal. Regarding Paehtz and Munguntuul, who knows what will happen, but also there is a huge drawing margin that Black saves herself. And Harika is on the verge of winning. So, okay, most likely two decisive results with possibilities for others as well. Interesting round.
I was thinking about knight b5 in this position. And if we can't allow the move rook d5 after knight e4, then maybe knight b5. You should move your bishop to b6, or what will you do? To b6 you will play a5, winning a piece. Maybe rook c8. No, I still have rook c8. So how would you reply to knight b5?
We have a move in Harika versus Kosteniuk. G4 played.
She wants to play g5, yes?
Unexpected. Unexpected decision, but also reasonable.
But you said that we can try f3 and queen f4.
Yes, I mentioned this idea, but not. I mentioned this after rook e6, and then not in this scenario.
So this is the threat, yes?
So
Can we play h6,
A6
but then rook e6, yes?
or h4 if she wants to move on
Yes,
with the
mhm.
concept.
Okay, so let's try f3, bishop f3,
Queen
and queen
f4,
f4, then maybe rook e7.
check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this wins the spot.
Where in c7, yes? Mm-hmm.
C7 and that's it.
So we can go here anyway. Mm-hmm.
Exchanges and c7. C7, rook c8, rook e7,
Mm-hmm.
threatening rook h8. Then
This
rook
is it.
d7 and
Mhm.
bishop b7 and that's it.
So rook e7, we have to play king h6 maybe, but then the same line, yes? Queen f4, rook e4, c7, or maybe here. Mm-hmm. Because now maybe
Mhm.
can I play bishop b7 here?
Okay, this is not so
Just
clear.
a second, but then maybe you can take. What can I do here? King g3. Maybe you can take a few pawns here. So, and I can defend. So you can't allow this variation.
I think there is maybe a drawing mechanism. You mentioned something, rook f2, king g3, rook a2. And queen, I give check. Fantastic drawing mechanism because this is a checkmate and you can only stay along the g file and you cannot cover. Very nice perpetual. Not a stellar, but perpetual. So this is the system where you can go wrong. Okay, I can maybe go this way, which is more precise. Now threatening queen.
So g4 is winning.
Yeah,
Unless we have some other defensive resource here.
don't believe.
We can play g5. Let's try g5.
Okay. h4.
h6.
Rook e6. Rook
Okay,
f8. Can we build eternal pin?
I don't know. Do I need this check or not? But let's say where they go.
King h3.
Here. And can I wait also?
Yeah, maybe you can. But rook e8. Because rook f8 loses the rook.
And rook e7.
Rook g8.
Rook g8.
Okay, it's obviously that lost. White can maybe think it and burn some time, but it's obviously just that loss. g4 is a fine move, and I think Harika is completely aware. We can go maybe with the full screen to that game. You will sense that Alexandra feels that she has misplayed it. Let's get the camera to that board. Yes, now it's obvious that Alexandra is unhappy and Harika looks very confident. We can stay here for a second.
As I mentioned, a lot of decisive games between those two. So Harika will score her 6th classical victory if she wins this game. She goes
F3 plate, bishop takes, rook to f8 will be played. So it's so hard now. Immediately, and I guess same goes with you, Almira. I'm getting back those situations. The problem is in chess on this level. Basically, you know where you got wrong, and But it's over. You don't have this chance to try some other move you were considering. You were maybe hesitating between two options. And it's really tough feeling. Why didn't I play King G7? I was a moment away from that move. Or I was a moment away from Bishop B6. And sometimes you just make a decision. But it's very important to emphasize the decision-making process. What to do? You're making decisions. You are living with them. I know it's quite hard immediately after the game, because Alexandra knows in this moment that she could have gone differently in like 3-4 moments. It's not that someone needs to reveal to her, Alexandra, why you could have played Bishop B6. Of course I knew it myself, but I was tempted by E5, F5. And it's so hard. Sometimes we are putting emphasis on losers, possible losers, but of course it's important to praise Harika's choice, opening choice, the way how she played later. So she deserves fully a victory. Okay.
But it's a fight, once again. We have to praise Alexandra's fighting spirit, of course, and Harika's for not crumbling under pressure. And after all of these draws, still playing for a win with white.
Yeah, as you mentioned, to praise Alexandra's style, I think this is very important, because sometimes we have a feeling that new, stars will come, but it's not the case. Come on, in some sports, for example, when Messi leaves, are you sure that there will be a similar player? Or like when Modric leaves, that you're playing like 10 years in Real Madrid, being 40 years old? Or let's say tennis, that you will have a guy like Roger Federer, like Nadal, like Djokovic around immediately? I'm not sure. Jordan when he left. So sometimes we should be happy that those players are around, and be happy, and hopefully they will still be motivated to stay on this level.
Maybe let's move to another game.
We have a piece sacrifice, so let's run to Paehtz against Munguntuul, maybe also with the camera, because here another Batkhuyag style resource. So she went for Bishop C6, Bishop C7, Rook D8, Knight E4 was the option, Rook D5, Elisabeth push A5, and then bold decision, Bishop takes pawn. Very brave reaction. Actually, probably a good one, because white is in the mood of I'm putting pressure. You are the one who needs to calculate and avoid threats, and suddenly you need to also think about defense.
So she didn't want to suffer, and completely change the character of the game.
I like that approach.
So what happened? Knight C5, Elisabeth took the pawn.
Queen E3, Rook D8.
Queen C1 is the threat, yes?
Yes, great stuff. Queen C1 is a threat, and Elisabeth is thinking, I don't know, maybe here, maybe this pawn was not so important if she played, let's say, this kind of position. I think the problem is now that her queen is out of the play, and maybe now it was a moment to return it. So she went for Knight C5, Queen E3, King H1, Rook F2 D8. And
does she have to play H3 here? Or?
Knight B7.
Okay, Knight B7 is also a very interesting continuation.
She is protecting the Rook, because no longer this move is on. This motive, so Rook D7 will be played.
A6, maybe she wants to play here.
Okay. Maybe she has another way to play this, and then Knight C5 back. Is this a concept? Because there is a check, or Rook C1. Is she up to... Is that what she up to? Or this Rook G1 next. Very interesting battle.
But what if I play e6 here after rook d7?
Okay, possible move.
Mhm.
Queen b3,
And I cannot play knight c5
but
here?
now it's different, I think.
Ah, rook
because
d1,
rook
yes, rook
d1 is
d1,
just a
of course.
checkmate, yeah.
Mhm. So now with the queen b3, rook d1 is possible.
Rook
Mhm.
g1, I think, is necessary.
So we will call, I found a nickname for Batkhuyag. Hawkeye. It's, it suits her well.
How she creates problem to the opponents. Yeah, sometimes that you have like on chess.com and maybe some analysis that they analyze your game. So openings, especially with black, I'm afraid to say the exact
The objective, yes.
yes, and to say the exact number. But let's say afterwards, like resourcefulness, being tricky, muddy the water. So she's really skillful. Because Elisabeth, like a few moments ago, was the one playing for a dreamed endgame, and suddenly you need to calculate all those threats. And actually, people could learn from this approach. So, as you mentioned, to completely turn the tables, turn the position character. It was actually mentioned by Dvoretsky in his books. You want to change trend because your opponent is in that.
The driving seat.
Yes, there was a famous game.
Look at this. I'm so sorry, Alojzije, but you can see now and how powerful is this image. Elisabeth realizes, she's sighed and she's down to her last 6 minutes that now she has to defend and probably find the only move to hold this position for the moment. The pawn on b3 is hanging, so maybe rook g1 is necessary, and if queen b3, then knight c5.
Rook g1. This is the move you want to. Oh, rook. Which play? Rook e1. Was it e1? Is the rook on e1 or f1?
I think on e1. Rook e1.
Queen c3 wins on spot. Threatening rook a1. Queen a1. So let's stay here. Let's go full screen with both players and the board above them. Now queen c3 wins on spot. Because the knight will be out of the game. We'll try to show you. She sees this. She's calculating. Maybe she will play it even super fast. Of course, queen b3 is another option, but queen b3 doesn't win. But now, Batkhuyag, if she plays queen c3, which is tactical shot, targeting a1 rook, she wins on spot. Oh, queen c3 played. Yeah, kudos to her. But it will be a really tough moment for Elisabeth. Because now, if she sends this, she is losing that beautiful position. But you see, in chess, especially in blitz, if you are able to create something around the king, even like the strongest players are not feeling comfortable when there is tactics.
With queen c3,
takes,
then if you play
a6
then
and
c2,
and that's it.
It's completely winning, and rook d1.
And takes on you. So king is just to show. So king is, so the knight is trapped. So a6 is necessary. So king is just one move too far from. If the king was here, it will be enough. But here it's just. Well, so after queen c3, and you cannot come knight c5. If you go queen a6, check, 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 and queen f1 said necessity, but then takes, and the rook is dropped, I think, but Batkhuyag is aware that she's winning. and Elisabeth just misplayed, and she's dead lost. Rook e1 was so rook g1. I think, yeah, this her sense for danger somehow betrayed her. Rook g1 was the move. It's also important to have this sense for danger, because if rook g1 was played, who knows what would happen? We can check.
So how can she defend? Let's say she needs to play rook c1.
Rook
So
b7.
rook b7, and then you take on a5
Yeah.
as well. Yes. So
Okay, no need to analyze this.
yes, this is a lost endgame. But after rook g1, let's say if you wanted.
If she played rook g1, I'm not sure. So queen c3 now doesn't work, because
You can play a6 here.
takes, a6,
C2.
you go c2, rook c1. And now rook d1, rook c2.
And if I play rook c7.
Okay, not threatening anything. This is some complicated game, I don't know. Maybe b4 to come to c5. It's a mess,
Yes.
but it was necessary. Almira, pairings for the last round. But now Munguntuul will catch Lagno, and she is clearly a story of the tournament. I would like also to check, we can do it in a break, but maybe to check also Shimkent, because she came last with 2.5 points, with 5 losses, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even 6. And here she
rise from the ashes.
Yeah, this is story of the Grand Prix.
And in the last round, wait for it, she is playing with the white pieces against Alexandra Goryachkina. The intrigue is electrifying
Exactly.
in this event, because Batkhuyag, if she wins this game, she will catch Kateryna Lagno, who is playing with the black pieces against Sarasadat and Khademalsharieh. So,
not just that, Almira, she will get a GM norm.
Yes, she is also fighting for the GM norm. Yes, we forgot she needs 2 wins.
So if
out
she
of
wins
her 2
today in
games,
the last round, she is playing for a GM norm.
6 out of 9 is necessary to accomplish, to fulfill the GM norm in this event, and Batkhuyag is the only player who can still do this. 7 players are bearing the Grandmaster title, so I hope that tomorrow all the fans from Mongolia are going to stay with us and to root for her.
So rook e1, queen c3, bc3. She said necessity. She just abandoned the rook, the knight defense. Now rook b7, rook c3, rook b5. I guess maybe this one, and that's about it.
And you can't even play rook c7.
Yeah, because of rook f5. Always this motive is working in black's favor. I've noticed a few times also against Lagno and some other. So Elisabeth is capable to play like 2700 moves level, but then somehow concentration or maybe this sense for danger betrays her, and this is the reason why she's not getting wins or maybe better results. So c2 was played, which is also a normal way. Probably
yes, because
good
you
enough.
have to play
h3 or h4. Rook d1, king needs to be moved, and then she can take now, and that's the way. But probably here the problem is that if you take immediately, then there is check and double attack. So she will need to postpone it.
Maybe she can take on b7 first, and if you take on c2, I will take on b3.
So
No, I don't want to play rook d1. Here. What can if I take on b7?
okay, always this check will happen, and if you take check and rook c7, no, I think that rook d1 is good. You play this rook d1, exchange, play this position, and now just make some move. I don't know. Let's say g5. So this pawn should be defended. Okay, maybe I'm not threatening at the moment. I'm not threatening if I take, because then you can maybe... check, again, check. Okay, she will play this kind of position, so it will be only a pawn up, not 2 pawns up. But why did she play c2? Why didn't she take on b7? I don't get it, but okay. She has her reason.
Maybe we can get all the boards on our screen
let's
right
check
now.
what do we have, since it will be a time trouble. It's a moment that we grasp all the boards. So in Goryachkina against Sarasadat, Sara is again creating a mess, probably in a lost position, but we concluded, and I mentioned this many times, she's super talented for that. So who knows? I wouldn't say that she will lose this one for sure, so there is always an option. Aleksandra, okay, it's just a deadlock position.
So
Rook b2 probably wins the spot. So Harika is thinking. Bibisara against Tan. A lot of things happened. We left around... Hang on, where is the bishop? King h2 was played.
You see, Tan prepared f5 and she was able to play it. Maybe knight e4 was a small inaccuracy. What do you think?
This is a mess I'm trying to grasp. So f5, we mentioned f5, then, but white bishop d5. Okay.
Knight g3?
But knight g3, knight c3, she was not sure. Okay, I got her point, so she took on d5, and then knight g3, a4. Okay, Tan managed to outplay her. King on f8 looks a little bit silly. But it's probably good enough.
I think she missed something, Alojzije. She played rook g6. Could she take on h3? Because if king h3, of course. But if g takes h3, then I ruined your structure.
So king f3, f4, and then even with the check, so g takes, I move my pawn,
f4.
And maybe she was not sure about some knight e4.
She didn't want to give this wonderful e4 square. But rook e2, then I will take on g3.
Maybe she was thinking knight e4.
Knight e4. So if I take on e3?
Knight e6, cd, queen e1. Maybe she didn't want to calculate this kind of thing, which is also probably just winning.
It's understandable.
So rook g6 just improving and putting pressure.
Maybe threatening knight h3 now. Because knight h3, g takes f4, and black's attack would be devastating. I think that Tan will sacrifice something now. It's a temporary sacrifice, of course, so can she take on h3? Can she take on g2? I think Alojzije, knight h3 is possible, and then f4, knight g2, followed by f4. Let's calculate something.
So knight g2.
Knight h3 is not possible?
Knight h3, she will ignore it. Rook e5.
Rook e5.
So knight g2 forces to take, then f4, rook e5, rook e5, rook e5, rook g3.
Rook g3.
And there is rook d8 threat in the end. So I take, you take, I take. How do you avoid? You need to move the king.
King
I'm
f7.
Okay, I'm not threatening. Maybe I'm threatening. King.
f7.
Yeah, it looks like just a winning.
Unless it's the compensation is sufficient to make a draw here.
Yeah, I don't know, some knight e4 or something, then your queen a8. Check, you come
We go
inside,
for
the
knight
knight
g2.
f2.
Yes, let's
Knight
play.
g2.
On this game, rook e5 was played immediately. But what if we
No,
take...
after knight g2. No,
Yes,
immediately.
yes, she didn't take on g2, but I think she blundered that we can take the rook on e1.
Rook d5, and then was rook f5 calculated. What was she calculating?
Maybe.
This? But it just wins.
But wait, no, maybe rook d5 is fine. And then what is our next move here? She goes knight e1.
If I go, let's say
Rook
f4.
e3. No, I like rook e3 and I want to take a knight f3.
Yeah, but let's say if I go f4.
Knight e4.
Knight?
Knight e4, then you want to play rook g2?
Yes. This I win, I guess.
Yes, because you already took the rook on e1. It's not the same position. I thought rook e3 and knight f3, but f4 might be winning in a very straightforward manner. It's never easy to play on your birthday. Have you played?
I'm trying to recall. Usually European. I'm born on. I was born on 2nd of April, so usually it was, I would say, not some kind of top season of chess events, but European individuals championships were. But they were more in May and maybe April. But for example, it was always around Easter. My birthday, so sometimes that both things would happen at the same time.
So Dan won with the black pieces against Sarasadat. And once again, if she wins this game, she will win with the black pieces, and she will score her second win in this event.
And she's on fire. And the last round, she's playing against Harika.
Yesterday they played a marathon game against Kateryna Lagno, which ended in a stalemate position. If you haven't seen this game yet, please enjoy. Please enjoy.
Okay, we can maybe get back to multiple view. This game will finish in a win for Tan if things will happen. So here in Munguntuul, she ended up in that position we were talking about. Some g5 now is expected. Alexandra, that lost 2 pawns was a necessary loss. Hang on. So she took on b3. Okay, this is one. Now I don't know, some h5, g5, and rook behind. But white to enter this. Okay, she has her reasons.
Yes, but she will put the rook
behind and
play
then
g5, king g7.
Yeah, it's
king g6.
That loss, but anyway, okay. a6.
And what do we have in Goryachkina against Khademalsharieh? So
okay, they are out of the time trouble, so it's just winning. Like,
why is it winning? So this is the actual position.
So she's a pawn up, and this is a weakness. 2 bishops. Rook to c6 coming. So Munguntuul just made the move and ran out 42nd move, and she's accompanied by Boana Beatovic.
She's the fair play officer, yes, because she has to follow the
Yeah,
players.
maybe we
Yes.
should stay with the camera at the game Assaubayeva versus Tan, because 40 move was played and Tan is just completely winning.
She played the move King G8.
Okay. She just wanted to move away. And then knight f5. Do we have a camera on that board? Yes. 40th move. Now Queen a8 wins on spot. Rook f6 is also possible.
Queen 8, Queen 8.
Queen a8, Queen a2. Yeah, I mentioned this move before.
So knight f5,
Yeah,
which doesn't allow g2, Queen h3.
Yeah, I would stay with the camera on this game, but with an eye on Kosteniuk versus Harika, since that game is about to finish. Very good final touch by Tan. Queen a8 just played, and now there is no salvation for Bibisara. If you play c4, rook is Queen a2 is coming, so she's about to win.
Very dramatic round.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
we had
yeah.
a very quick draw.
We
the
mentioned
first
few
board.
possibilities of decisive results.
We're probably going to have 4 of them today. Bibisara is contemplating the ruins because I cannot find a way for her to save this game. She might play knight e4 and close the e line, the e file, but then Queen a2.
Queen a2. She resigned. Let's go full screen. Very good win by Tan, but Bibisara can be a little bit unhappy with the middle game because she was about to get out of the problems, but she couldn't do it. What this means for Bibisara's results?
Bibisara will start the last round with the 3 points out of 8. This tournament didn't go her way, whereas Zhongyi moves to 4.5 points, half a point closer to Kateryna Lagno. So we will have a thrilling last round. Kateryna will play with the black pieces tomorrow.
So Elisabeth is in the lost endgame, but she's trying to move on. Let's check Harika versus Alexandra. We can combine it with the camera. Yes, let's get the board back just to check what the situation. So after that sequence, we got into this position. Yeah, it is dead lost, and the problem for Alexandra is not that it's lost by one
forces.
Yeah, one way. She is lost in many ways, so maybe we will see a resignation quickly. And we have Goryachkina versus, okay, Alexandra just made a move, Queen f4, the only move maybe. And now
Rook h5.
rook h5 is the simplest. The point is, if I push, is c7 possible? Then you take.
Mhm.
So what's going on? Queen h8, this, and you're running. So this is the concept. If I go c7, queen c7, same idea. Again, this king is running, so no need
The
for
rook is protected because even if you go king d7, rook d5, you can play king
c8.
c8.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe we can show this variation. It's a nice,
c7,
nice
queen
geometry.
c7,
Yes.
check, check,
Yes,
and king runs. So here, white can play something like rook h5, threatening rook h8. Yeah, that's about it. First board, we have Sarasadat still thinking. So it's a moment that we have a break because now players will start to think a bit more, and then we will come back to final phase of the round.
And we are back.
Yes.
The final moments of the 8th round, the Women's Grand Prix in Monaco. Alojzije, 4 games are still in progress, but we are going to have...
Three are.
Three?
Yes,
Because
Tan won.
Tan
Tan
won.
won, and we have early draw in Lagno Koneru. But it seems that Aleksandra is about to resign, or it looks desperate at the moment, her situation, her position, so we can maybe start with that game. Yeah, she is aware that for her, unfortunately, the moment is gone. Yeah, passer, distance passer, safer king, attacking, and we have Munguntuul versus Paehtz. She won the game. Story of the tournament.
So another decisive result.
Fantastic result for Munguntuul.
Who joins Kateryna Lagno in the lead.
We can check her result in Tbilisi later.
No, in Shymkent.
In Shymkent, sorry. But to score 2 wins, not a single loss. Memorable tournament for her. She's gaining so much rating. So it's really fabulous metamorphosis.
Shymkent was the second leg of the Grand Prix series, and let's have a look.
She was last, if I'm not mistaken, sharing last place with Elisabeth. But
they scored only 2.5 out of 9 points, and
6 losses.
Yes, what you can see that she only had 1 draw in this tournament and 8 decisive games.
So she lost. Let's go maybe to her tournament in Shymkent. So she started with loss in the first round with white pieces. Then this win you mentioned against Elisabeth. Then again lost with white piece. Then win against Lagno, which I'm curious to check how this happened. Do you have?
No, I know the game, and she played a very good game. I remember watching this event. Kateryna played e4, so Batkhuyag she chose a line in Caro-Can, and she completely outplayed her opponent in the middle game.
And then losing 4 in a row. So I don't know. It's really fascinating that one player who was struggling so much in the first tournament performs so well here.
But she will play Alexandra Goryachkina tomorrow with the white pieces, and they played already in Shymkent. Alexandra won this event, and Alexandra won with the black pieces against Batkhuyag. So what do you think?
So today we have 2 wins with the black pieces, although Munguntuul was suffering in the opening, while Tan was doing quite well. And now it's maybe time for players with the white pieces to return, to fight back. Yeah, I think we should stick. Now we can maybe have 2 boards view. But we should stick to Aleksandra's game for a moment because it really looks desperate.
And I think in terms of drama and tension, this tournament has fulfilled its promises. We are going to the last round not knowing who is going to win the tournament. So this tournament has all the elements of Shakespearean drama. And I hope that the whole world is going to follow the last round tomorrow. And please don't forget that it will start an hour early.
So C7, I think now the way how Alexandra played that move, that she's waiting for game to finish. C7, Queen C5 is coming, but she doesn't want to resign immediately. So I believe that Harika will now play C7 and then Queen C5 check. So let's get the board to show you. C7, and after Rook C8, Queen C5 is coming. Queen D6 drops the queen, and King D7, Rook D5 is not changing the things. King E8, Rook E5, Queen C6, everything wins. So C7 is just the final move, I would say, of this game. Okay, maybe C7, Rook C8, Queen C5. It's a bit cold in the commentators' room. How about the playing call? Are you the player who likes, I don't know, to bring a jacket so that it's a little bit colder with more air, fresh air, then, or are you more for like having warm temperature in the playing call, so you can play in like a t-shirt or maybe something light?
I prefer fresh air, of course, and it's always better to be prepared for any circumstances. But for example, if you play poker events, especially the World Series in Las Vegas, you know that it's going to be freezing in the playing hall, so you're coming with your sweatshirt, wearing a hoodie, and being ready for playing for long hours, because those days can last up to 15 hours, especially the first days when you start at noon and you finish around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, if you survive. So you need to be fit and prepared.
Some tournaments I played in UAE, they like to have like a freezing temperature. So it was common that outside is like almost 40 degrees and in the playing hall is 16 or 17. I think that was the case also in Chennai. I haven't played in the Olympiad. I don't know about you. Have you played in Chennai? Not. So they said that it was a bit cold in the playing hall. But when you come from outside and in some massive events with many participants, then you really like realize that there is no air. But when you are as a player, you're sitting basically for 5-6 hours, then it can also be cold. So we have resignation. Let's go full screen. Harika has won her first game. Actually, very interesting preparation. And tough moment for Alexandra. She's, of course, capable to win the last round, but she was not counting to lose this kind of position. Opposite colored bishops, which takes us to the last game, the one we will need to check. But let's stay for a moment with Harika playing call.
I was thinking that the trajectories in one tournament are so different. You have to keep fighting, and even though, for example, if you start with 2 losses in the tournament, you can still improve your situation because you're not out of the tournament. This is the specifics of chess as a sport, and you might have a better half, and then after the free day, things are not going your way, the rhythm is different. And
yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's tough, but it's also, as we mentioned, it's a nice opportunity for players. They have chances for prizes. Here it seems to me that white is close to winning, so this game might finish. In the meantime, we have an interview.
We're getting ready, of course. Yes, as soon as Charlize will give us the signal, we
Yeah,
will
because here it's
switch
not possible to
to
stop
the interview.
this material loss in any capacity, because this one drops a piece, even worse. And yeah, f5 is falling. Let's check what has happened in the few last moves. Yeah, everything was working in Goryachkina favor. So if this game finishes with a win for white, then we will have to update our standings. That would mean we can go full screen with the camera, because I believe that Sarah is not there to pull another.
And Alexandra
Swing ring.
Goryachkina will join the leaders with this victory.
So we will have Lagno, Goryachkina, and Munguntuul with 5 out of 8, and they are playing each other. Munguntuul, no, Goryachkina, yeah,
Yes.
Munguntuul, Goryachkina.
And Kateryna will face with the black pieces Sarasadat, who is out of form in this event and will suffer her third defeat. Do you remember we were speculating about how many points you would need to win this event? So Grandmaster norm, 6 out of 9, actually guarantees you the first place in this tournament.
Yeah, I was saying that for sure 6 points would be enough to share. First place, I don't know about.
But it was a close race.
Yeah, being a solo leader. So now Elisabeth Paehtz is the one.
With
Bibisara being.
And Sarah.
And Sarah, they are sharing the last 3 places. Harika climbed a bit, and she catched Alexandra Kosteniuk, which is, it's really interesting that from the solo last place, suddenly with the win, she's sharing 6th and 7th place. And then we have done as a half a point behind this big group, 2nd to 4th place. So knight g3 played, Sarah played king f7, and now knight f5 is just a winning move, because d6 is falling, everything is falling, but of course Goryachkina is rechecking. Is she about to resign?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but everything is falling. Really, everything. I think she's about to resign. No, nice c8 played. The last. Oh, rook c8 now.
Okay, so we are ready for our interview.
Yeah.
Who just played a beautiful game to take down Alexandra Kosteniuk here in Monaco, the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Harika, before we get into the game, tell me how you feel.
I feel good to win a game finally. I think it's been a struggle, so it just feels really good to win one game.
You had a rough start, but every game I've seen you play more confidently and come back, especially after the rest day. Do you feel like you played like yourself today?
The rough start is also like, okay, I didn't play some bad moves, but in time trouble, I kept, I blended in the second game, and I played some bad moves towards the end. So I wanted to just wait for my chances throughout the tournament, and I was in a position that I didn't even want to think about anything other than moves. So that is the only pleasant way to forget all this, just to play chess. So I've been doing that, and today also I didn't expect too much. It was just an interesting opening, so I just kept playing the moves I felt best, and suddenly I got a chance.
Yeah, and you did play all the moves that were best. So let's take a look at the game and your beautiful exchange sacrifice.
So all that is theory. So we both are kind of into theory up till here. Okay. So this is kind of equal. But it's much pleasant to play with white and black, so it's just equal here according to Indian, I think. But overall, it's easier position for me to play.
Yeah.
And here, I felt like this knight d4, it should be equalizing any moment. But because I have c pawn, I kept waiting for my chances. And maybe this opposite color bishop, black, is fine. But I felt I have more like comfortable position than her, because okay, c6 and this bishop is stuck on d4. So at least I had much easier moves to play.
Yeah.
So I kept improving my position.
This moment here with e5, our commentators spoke about this as well, about e5 being a bit committal and bishop b6 being better. What did you think of this?
I thought it's more human, like in general, to play e5 and not go too, too defensive. But I think after it's committal, but okay, I don't know if how bad it is. Other than that, bishop b6, at least like it's a passive position, I keep playing it. Nothing special, maybe it's just equal, but it's pleasant to play forever. And here, I was just trying to, I think fi is a serious error, too committal. If she keeps here, the position, I think black should be fine. Just she shouldn't weaken this king. I think she missed this bishop d5 and rook d4 idea.
Yeah.
So here already it feels like I think king f6 is a major error. Like it just gave me free hand after that one move, and like after this it was too difficult. Maybe she missed rook d8, rook d4, I don't know. But it's much easier for me to play. If anything else other than king g7, let's say bishop b6, f4 is working. And it's very, like, I mean, in many ways it should be just
This
winning.
king is lost.
Yeah, very weak. So I think that's why she went for king g7.
But king f6 in the first place, what do you think the plan was here? Because, retreating after spending 10 minutes immediately, she obviously realized it was a bad plan.
I think she must have missed this rook d4. She thought her position is fine, and she kept, she's trying to just better her pieces. But yeah, king f6 is intuitively also, it doesn't feel right. And after this, I was thinking whether to take rook d4 or not to play f4, but I couldn't find anything concrete. And rook d4 is just, I felt is much easier for me to play. I don't know evaluation if black is defending, but it looks so.
No, you're completely
Yeah,
wrong.
it looks like very good for me. I think rook e2 is pretty good. Like I can't see many moves for black already. And all I have to do is not give rook into c6 and keep playing the position. It's very pleasant. So after f4, I thought g4, and I kind of got forced moves. And also I didn't have anything to worry about. So it's just like I'm trying to improve the pieces, and black is underpin. It's too difficult after f3. I think just even pawns also, it's just gone. g5, I thought, okay, it's much more pleasant here, and like king is weak, and it's much easier for me to finish the
anything
game.
here is just bad.
Yeah.
Wow, very nice. And you managed your time really well in this game too, which you noted was a problem before.
Yeah, of course, you learn from lessons. So you get your lessons, and then you try to get better.
How do you feel for tomorrow's final game?
I don't feel anything. I just feel good that it's finishing, and the nightmare I had in the beginning, it's like, okay, I'm just happy to finish this tournament tomorrow. So I'm just excited that it's the last game.
And then your next Women's Grand Prix leg, when is that?
I have immediately in Cyprus, so it's not much of time, but it's also good to have, I think, in a way, continuously. You can just try to get better in it.
Especially with this momentum that you've been building up the last few rounds, and taking that into the next event could be quite useful.
I don't know if it's momentum or what it is. I just know that I'm trying to play as good as possible for me, and that's it. I'm not thinking any other thing right now, like nothing to do with GP standings, or I'm just trying to get better as a player. And I'm just trying to learn and get stronger.
That's very valuable, Harika, and thank you for your analysis. My last question for you with this amazing game: if you could describe it in one word, what would it be?
I think life, in the sense, I got my, after all this painful start, I got my, hope and like confidence and life back. So it's like, it's that for me.
That's very sweet. Thank you, and good luck for tomorrow. Last one. You got pushing through. You got this.
Thank you.
Your analysis.
Alojzije, we finally managed to get Harika for our interview, and it was a very interesting one. She shared her thoughts about the game, but let's have a look at the standings. The 8th round just concluded.
Incredible round.
We have such a finale tomorrow. We couldn't have hoped for more.
Yeah, maybe you want standings or results first, because the people...
The standings are fine, yes, of course, because I wanted to...
Four decisive games. It was really the round.
So 4 decisive games, and we have 3 leaders after the 8th round. Kateryna Lagno was joined by Batkhuyag Munguntuul and Alexandra Goryachkina. They have 5 out of 8 points, and we have a lot of direct encounters tomorrow. There are 2 players chasing them with 4.5 points out of 8. So Zhongyi and Humpy Koneru. And let's have a look at the pairings tomorrow.
Yeah, let's check the pairings. Tomorrow round starts an hour earlier. So let's see the final match.
Who is going to win the tournament tomorrow? Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Share your thoughts. And here we are.
Yeah, direct matchup. Munguntuul versus Goryachkina. It will be very interesting to see, will Alexandra pick up some solid strategy, or she will try to overtake Lagno. So Lagno is playing against Sarasadat, who is suffering in the last part of the tournament. 3 consecutive losses. But also some other games are quite interesting. Tan will also try to catch the leaders, so it will be very interesting. Yeah, I think that we can conclude our day, Almira. Thanks for watching. 4 decisive results, and tomorrow, who knows, maybe we'll have 5 decisive results.
So it's a perfect cliffhanger, as the Society of Entertainment will tell us. So see you tomorrow.
Root for your favorite players. Be with us tomorrow. We are starting 1 hour earlier. And greetings from Monte Carlo from today.